also
a lot of product.
Well, it didn't help.
It
didn't help that everyone at the station who saw Mac after I dubbed him Kim Jong-un was like, "Whew, Nick nailed it."
Yeah, so what you need
and
now...
right in front of Mac, too. Nobody just said it to me. Everybody said it with both of us in the room.
It was, I didn't see it until you said something.
Yeah, and so what you need is you need the new guy, John, who's never seen you before in his life. When you meet him and then somebody, around you says, oh, that's Kim Jong-un. That's who that is. That's his nickname. You need John to have the look of, I'm puzzled. Why? How did you get there? If that happens, then you've successfully done it. You've gotten your hair to a spot that is no longer a dictator.
So while all that's going on, no video yet, but we're working on it.
Yeah.
We got a new DC.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell you're itching to talk about this.
And I think it's really important that instead of telling people what we think about it, I think instead of getting to the nits and grits of this, we just have a 30-minute argument on how to say his last name.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. And we could throw H's in there, and we could do everything like that, right?
I mean, there's just so many ways we could say his name. We can just call him
Rutenberg. We can do all of it.
I mean, in fairness, it's a
but then we can follow it up with Class A's name, too. We can really touch them all.
That's double down. That's what you do. Mike Rutenberg is the new DC. Thoughts?
Well, no, you said it the wrong way. We need you to get this. Somebody has infiltrated your brain. Yes, we need you to get it right. Yes, Rutenberg.
Ruthenberger.
No. Now you're doing a bit from a 90s baseball movie.
Oh, no, you're right. Rothenberger.
Rowan Gardner, you're in. Wrong
and Swanner.
Right, yeah, any of these. Basically, it doesn't matter his last name at this point. He's such an unimportant hire for people. It doesn't even matter.
Mike Rutenberger.
Well, what's funny about it is that even within myself all morning long, I came up with at one point I typed into Google, and this is after doing hours of already thinking about and discussing him in my head and Googling myself to figure it out, and I came up with Mike Rudinsky at one point. And so, he's a relative unknown for a lot of people out there in the non-football world.
So here's the thing. I'm not saying don't have opinions on this. I'm not saying don't tell me which way you're leaning. What I am saying is I've seen a lot of fist fights about this hire on the interwebs, and I think that's too much to get. I'll straight ahead. I like that they seem to be sticking with the wide nine, even though they're going to try and vary the scheme a little bit.
Yeah,
it seems like they're trying to copy what Adden Dirty did as the Seattle Seahawks defensive coordinator. Base system, but a lot of variety so you can conform to each matchup. So those two things make sense to me. He is a first-time defensive coordinator, and that would make the entire staff first-time coordinators, and with a first-time head coach, that feels like a lot of risk. And I don't definitively know if Todd Monken was the guy that hired it.
No,
so those
would
be two things I would say are not negatives, but certainly things that make me question it.
So it doesn't track to being somebody that Todd Monken would hire. Mainly the idea that he went to an Ivy League school. Part of that alone is usually the tell that Andrew Berry has is, did you go to an Ivy League school? And if you did, then all of a sudden he's the one that's interested. I just have a hard time thinking Todd Monken at 59 years old gets his first staff and then does an exact Andrew Berry move.
Yeah, and I think the Browns wanted some change from Kevin Stefanski, but they didn't necessarily want the new head coach to have wholly different powers with the way they approach this. And listen, on the devil's advocate side, if you're worried about Todd Monken, whether he hired the guy or not, what I will say is this is not the only, because it's painted this way every time these kind of things are talked about, how much power the head coach is, or how much the power the head coach has. Guys, Howie Roseman has a huge say in the staff in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni was not really looking to move off Kevin Patullo, no matter the failure they had this last year offensively. Howie Roseman came down and said, I think you should maybe not have him anymore, and so he's not there anymore. So the Browns aren't the only team in the league where their front office has a lot of say, or at least some say, on the head coaching staff. The difference is the Browns just have gotten it wrong so many different times that the whole, you can trust us with this, that's a bridge too far for me with the Browns.
No question. But what this does signal to me, and I think is important, is that what the Browns fans have become accustomed to in the past couple years, which is Jim Schwartz does everything on the defensive side of the ball, and then your head coach and Stefanski did everything on the offensive side of the ball. We're not going to have that split power anymore. Like, Monken is not going to give that all to this new defensive coordinator. I would imagine, although Monken's got a heavy offensive mind, he's going to be an overarching head coach. He's going to be one that's in the defensive meetings. He's going to be around the defensive side of the ball. And I think that's one big distinction relative to what Browns fans have seen recently.
So it does matter. And it is of note that if this isn't a Todd Monken hire, we get an insight into how things are going to run, and that they don't seem to be that different from the front office and Kevin Stefanski to the front office with Todd Monken. Beyond that, it doesn't mean it won't work out. It doesn't mean it will work out. It is a significant risk that they took hiring a first-time defensive coordinator. But, and this is not sports talk friendly, it's not worth haggling over Bonda, Tarver, this guy, or any of the other candidates, because you're just going to have to, and listen, if they get it wrong, it matters tremendously. But I don't think you have a definitive way to kind of a beat on whether that's going to work out or not today. There's just not enough information.
Well, and here's the reality, too, that I know is a gut punch to people listening, but it's just the truth based off of what people like Albert have told us the entire time. As appetizing as I think coaching this defensive, everyone is, Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, everybody you can talk about, the NFL world doesn't think that. And so you have to make these type of hires. The guys that have basically flown under the radar for X amount of years, people think are incredibly talented as far as their intellect is concerned. And like you gotta roll the dice a little bit. And these are the type of guys you end up getting when the NFL world doesn't think that this job is as good as maybe I think it is.
I think it's also, I'll be honest with you, I don't think it is a commentary on the players or what. I think it's about how they treated Jim Schwartz and the perception of, if you ask coaches around the league to empathize with Jim Schwartz, one of their own, football guy, card-carrying member of the football club for 35 years, or the Cleveland Browns, well, they've burnt a lot of football guys over the last 15 years. They're going to err on the side of the Browns did Jim Schwartz wrong, and that is going to impact your candidate pool, whether the Browns want to admit that or not.
Yeah, and you end up with guys that when you do research on them 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people were they would laugh at the idea that he'd ever be a defensive coordinator based off of what they thought of him at the time when they nicknamed him Rudy, and he was basically just getting Joe Gibbs coffee.
All right, so Ruthless Burger?
Yeah, well, that's who goes to Roethlisberger, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe we want to separate ourselves.
Ruth and Banger?
Yeah, Ruth and Banger.
Yeah.
That's a banger.
Yeah.
So that is,
yeah.
Okay. Can play with that.
How do we say it?
We got Mike Rutenberg. Mike Rutenberg.
We are zany.
Like I'm rooting for him here.
You're
like
so
Mike
zany.
Rutenberg.
We just don't get names right on purpose.
I just don't make sure.
That's a good bit right there.
I just don't make sure I look down to be like Mike, not Matt, right? Mike, not Matt. Okay, good. All right. Yeah, it's going to take a while.
Listen, when you tell your friends about Afternoon Drive, you let them know. We're so zany. 20, John Fanta. Emotion. Love. Cleveland. Valentine's Day. John Fanta at 420. Albert Breer at 520 talking Little Rutenberg. And, of course, the quarterback du jour this offseason, but 216-474-0092. We'll throw this to you guys. Does it matter if this was a Monken hire or not? And I want the Browns to be aggressive but smart this offseason. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Is your home cold and drafty? Stop freezing and start saving with USA Insulation. 1-800-USA-FOAM.
USA Insulation.
Hey everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel just makes sense? Well,
800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Catch the latest Browns news all offseason long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
But definitely helps you when you're trying to sell a few tickets, keep some interest in your ball club.
Charles Davis on CBS Sports, connecting the Browns.
Trying to figure the whole thing
the Tyreek Hill was cut over the weekend in Miami. It should be noted that this is the perfect conversation to point out that one of the true good guys that Cleveland has had in the last 30 years of football, Joel Bitonio. We're awaiting some news on him from him deciding to play next year. Now, there was a deadline over the weekend. Just because it's passed does not mean there's been a decision. The Browns could have moved the date later
Charles
into
Davis
spring
on
to give
CBS
Joel more time. Connecting the Browns, him, and if he retires,
Tyreek Hill was
they
cut
can
over
sign
the
him
weekend
basically to
in
a one-year
Miami.
dummy deal,
It
which
should be
allows you
noted
to
that this is
split
the perfect
the contract over multiple years and lower your
one of the
dead
true
cap
good
this year.
guys
Yeah.
Cleveland
so there's a
has
lot
had
of ways they can do this.
in the last
but I point that out
30 years
of football, Joel Bitonio.
We're
awaiting
Joe Bitonio
some
says he
news
comes
on
back.
From him deciding
on the
to
side
play
of
next year. Now, there was
a
deadline over the weekend.
Part of
Just
what I
because
love
it's
about the
passed
Browns is
does not
watching
mean
him
there's
play.
been a decision.
I
The
know
Browns
he's
could
not
have
the
moved
Joel
the date
he
later
was
into
5 years
spring
ago.
to give
He's
still
still
a
pretty
really
good
football player.
I thought a couple years ago he wasn't as good. He started to
if he
fall off. I thought
retires,
last year he had a pretty
they can
decent
sign
year,
him
all things
basically a
considered.
one-year
And so
dummy
I,
deal,
as a
which allows
football
you
fan,
to
as a
split
Browns fan,
the contract over multiple years and lower your dead cap this year.
Yeah.
And might
So
be
there's a lot of
90%
ways
of
they
what
can
they
do
used to
this.
be.
But I point
if
that
I
out
think
to
you're a
say
good guy,
man, do I have a lot more
if Joe
patience with
Bitonio
you.
says he comes
Whereas
back,
Tyreek
I will
Hill,
always
who I
err
think-
on the
and
side
we
of
put it all on like the knee
good
injury
human.
this year.
Part of
He
what I
wasn't
love about the
really
Browns is watching
putting
him
up a
play
big
fight this season.
I know he's not
Last
the
year,
Joel
he had his
was
worst season
5 years
in
ago.
the pros.
He's still a
Really
really good football player.
Maybe
couple
his
years-
rookie year. And worse than that, I understand that we can't just have 54 guys on that roster that are choir boys, and that locker rooms are a mix of many different things, and you're just trying to get it. You know, if you've got 10 a-holes, you hope the 44 good guys offset it.
Yeah.
I could not have less interest in Tyreek Hill joining this Browns team. And that includes, if you today could say, Nick, I can lock in a 1,600-yard season next year, I still am, like the blackjack dealer, washing my hands and putting them up.
Wait. For a 1,600-yard season, I could promise you a 1,600-yard season. You're saying no, thank you.
Absolutely.
You just think he's that cancerous to the locker room? Is that the idea?
I cannot find a redeeming quality for him. This is Antonio Brown at the end of his career.
I have a really hard time finding a redeeming quality with him, too, but I tend to... if you tell me 1,600 yards is on the table, we got a lot worse players with all sorts of bad redeeming qualities that exist in the NFL. Like 1,600 yards, I can look at different ways.
So I will say some of this is from the Browns side, where I think this is a play through the thread kind of year, and if you have a good offseason, that might take you to being better than people expect.
Mm-hmm.
I also am not taking this risk on a first-time head coach with this young of a team.
Here's where I think about it. I just think that we're not in the conversation the way that Charles thinks that we are, because too many teams like the Chiefs are going to be. And like the Chiefs obviously make a lot of sense. They got Bieniemy back there, so they're trying to do this whole like turn back the clock to 2019 thing. And so it just makes sense if Tyreek Hill landed there, and if he took a discount in order to do so. I just think we're going to be not outclassed. That's the wrong way to put this, but we're just going to not be in the same tier of teams that are going to be getting the services of Tyreek Hill on the cheap.
I cannot, for the life of me, wash away the smile on Tyreek Hill's face after he blew out his knee, because he knew he wasn't going to have to play for the Dolphins again last year.
Yeah.
And he was just gleeful. I mean, every step of the way. The guy might have been smiling when he tore his knee up.
Well, so that's another thing, too, though, is that he tore his knee up, and everyone's acting like he's going to be ready for week 1. We have no status updates on his health.
Yeah.
Like he legitimately could be out for half the season as far as we know. No one's been able to give us an actual answer for when he's going to be able to come back.
Can we all agree, though, there's a level of human being that should. I know it's the NFL, and I know how the NFL works, but we should just get enough information on a guy, why he got kicked off the Oklahoma State team, which was domestic battery, to then why him and his wife almost went to jail with the woman he has the first kid with, which was for that kid randomly, mysteriously breaking his arm, which is why he fell in the draft to the 5th round, to numerous allegations of spousal abuse from his now wife, who's in the process of getting divorced from. And that's before we talk about just what an a-hole he is to be around. Like, at some point, like, I remember after the Raiders thing with Antonio Brown, I thought, you deserve whatever bad comes to your team, meaning I'm not talking karmatically, I'm talking if that guy becomes a cancer in your locker room, crocodile tears. You curry no favor with me because there's so much information. I don't think there's anything like Tyreek to me is just nope. He doesn't get it. There's something really wrong with that guy, and it would like to me this is Deshaun level, except with Deshaun we hadn't gotten the bad football yet. This is a guy who might be on the downside of his career.
Might be.
And
especially coming off the injury. Like, the one thing he does at an elite rate, he's got multiple things at the elite rate, but, like, his speed is everything. Coming off this injury, we don't know how fast he'll be.
By the way, and I will say that because people in the YouTube chat are saying, oh, he's not coming here. You don't know that. And the Browns have shown a pretty significant track record of bringing on guys who have heinous things said about them.
And that's why I'm tend to think that this thing is not closed, shut door, that we wouldn't be in conversations for Tyreek because of the idea that Andrew Berry thinks anytime you can get any talented player on a discount, whether that is because of things that they have off the field or anything otherwise, he looks at that as an advantage. Like, he sees the situations around Tyreek Hill and how it ended in Miami and some of the other stuff. Just read up about, like, some of the stuff that happened at that doc that was so weird. Like the weird things that have happened around Tyreek Hill and continue to happen around Tyreek Hill. That doesn't make it weird, by the way. That just makes it him being the causal focal point. He looks at that as like a great, we got a discount. We got a bargain. Like, that's how he operates.
I think,
and by the way, that is the Howie Roseman way of operating too. You want to know where he got this from? Howie took Jalen Carter in the draft. Why? Like, Howie takes, if he finds there to be some sort of discount on a great player for reasons X, Y, and Z, they go after it.
And listen, I understand that there's some of that I have to put up with. I don't think this is one. Again, I don't think the timing makes sense. Like, I would almost question if Tyreek there was reciprocated interest here. I would almost question why he'd be interested in this. Because there's not,
that's where it doesn't
not
make
a quarterback he can point to.
That's where I side with the chat, by the way. Only because, I think we're always on the table for all this stuff, by the way. I need to put that out there as well. But it just seems like if the Chiefs want you, Tyreek Hill is going to go ahead and he'll just play for Kansas City.
Yeah. I don't even know they'll have him back. They might, though. I mean, talk about another organization that just hides behind Andy Reid's Santa Claus type atmosphere.
They by the way, they'll take on anybody, but also they're very desperate to get that offense back to what it was.
Honestly, I think in Kansas City, if you've beaten a woman, it might be better for you.
We're talking about like problematic wide receiver rooms. I think there's two in the league that always stand out to me. It was the Steelers under Tomlin, and then it's the Chiefs with Andy Reid. That's like Rashee Rice, all these guys. Like, that's like one of the stipulations you have in being a Chiefs wide receiver is you just have to be a problematic human.
216-474-0092. And this, I thought it was really interesting that with this weekend, with the Dolphins turning on the tank, Bradley Chubb getting cut, Tyreek getting cut.
Yeah.
There is expected to be an imminent decision on Tua Tagovailoa. I still wouldn't be surprised if someone gave up something for him just to.
I think they're going to have to attach a pick is how it's going to end up going.
And honestly, if you are tanking, that's the dumbest thing you can do.
Because it's $98 million, and there's no other real way of getting around it. It'll be $98 million in the dead cap and everything associated. Like, it's going to be really hard.
Can you post June?
Yeah, but it's not. It's still for them, for their purposes. It's still that number's set, and so like we typically tend to do this, right? Where it's like, oh, you can find a way out doing X, Y, and Z. There are ways out, but if you're trading for the contract, it's going to be like Osweiler, where you legitimately are going to have to, and they attached a pick to get rid of Osweiler. It's going to have to be like that because there's so much money attached to it. The way they set that up is miserably done. And also then there's more bonuses if he's even on the team and playing like that. They just can't do.
So I thought it was interesting to watch a few Browns fans on Twitter, and actually one or two guys that reached out to me, just friends of mine that were like, man, they're ahead of us. And I was like, I just don't know about that. I don't know.
They're the laughing stock of the sport right now.
Yeah, well, and
like legitimately.
And again, 1 year tank, I understand. The problem is most teams don't get the tank right in 1 year, so it ends up being this multi-year thing, which we experienced, which Miami previously experienced. And I think so you have a head coach that is kind of the we're going to win no matter what kind of guy, and putting a tank on that guy, I think it makes it even harder for him to, be a successful coach, because he either outperforms expectations and ruins the tank. Hence, you did a lot of dumb stuff for the 9th pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Or it just kind of kills him. DOA right on that first run.
Well,
And I just think I do not envy Dolphins fans today. This to me is the kind of thing that people sell themselves on in February, and then you get in November and realize how much tanking really sucks in the NFL.
Between him and John Eric Sullivan, they must believe that they have this job for a long time is the idea, because they're going to have to try to, this is going to be a 1, potentially 2-year deal, and then they're just going to try to turn it around as quick as they possibly can, but it just doesn't always work out that way. If you're sitting there and you're thinking as a Browns fan, should we have done this? Like a couple years ago when it was realized that Deshaun Watson was just going to be nothing, isn't anything that was going to work out. If they had we talked about like the poison pill all last year, if that was like a quasi way of them doing it, but they still kept Myles Garrett. They still kept Denzel Ward. They still kept a lot of really expensive pieces of this roster. What the Dolphins are doing right now is they're shedding anybody of value, and they're really doing it in an interesting way. Like I think there's a Browns fan out there that can think and look and see what the Dolphins do and play out as if that's what we had done, and then we'll see where it goes and how it works out for him.
And remember, and this is where it's kind of a devil's advocate to what I was just preaching. Just because they are saying they're not tanking doesn't mean they're not tanking. And I think you'll be able to see how serious they are about trying to compete this year and what they do in that quarterback room. But more importantly, how many assets do they throw at the offensive line and wide receiver spot? Because if they go light in free agency and even go light early in the draft on offensive line, they're treating it as a 2-year build, which means they are not doing everything they can to win this year, because they have every asset they need to shore up the offensive line and wide receiver room in one offseason this year.
That's where it became a little sneaky, right? Because the Dolphins are being obvious about what they're doing and shedding all these deals and trying to get off of contracts, whereas the Browns have not presented it that way. And that's what I think is going to be really interesting, trying to find out what road they actually do go down.
That's why I don't the NFL.com piece that had Denzel Ward as a cut candidate was just dumb to me. But you can trade him, which allows you to change the context of the conversation, the contract.
Mm-hmm.
That would be one thing that tells me they're not trying to win all out this next year. If you were to see, and again, like there's some good football behind it. You can re-sign MJ Emerson to a shorter, a less sufficient short-term 2-year deal as he's coming off the, I think it was an MCL, ACL.
Yeah.
Right? And you might be able to get something significant of value for Denzel. I still wouldn't do it. I would keep
You get a lot of value for Denzel.
Somebody said I couldn't get a first or second round pick for him.
No, that's nonsense. You get a first at least. You get 2 more years left on the deal. He's one of the best corners in the league.
Yeah.
You're getting at least a first.
What I missed? 216-474-0092. Do you wish the Browns would tank as obvious as the Dolphins are? I almost went Monken. The Dolphins and Tyreek Hill. You want him? Do you want him? Do we want him? And we got quick hits coming up with tanking, Kenneth Walker, and snowstorms in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, the choice is easy. A Ram truck should be it. I drive a Ram, I own a Ram, and I've seen a Ram side by side with the comparison, and I bought the Ram. And right now, the auto deals at every Northeast Ohio Ram deal are phenomenal. And let's do a little side-by-side comp, right? Because for power, there's no competition, right? You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, which I have in my truck. And let's do a little exploration here. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Towing on a 4-cylinder engine in a full-size pickup? No. Durability. Yeah, also in the 4-cylinder in a full-size pickup truck? Also no. Merging into traffic, the same. And listen, when it gets to comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Pull in to your Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. It's that easy. The Rams Auto Show deals are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Dollar for dollar. There is no competition. There's only Ram Truck. Tell them I sent you.
Hey friends, Ken Carmen here for Window Nation. Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? Well, you might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows have failed. And when that happens,
Drive. Missed a moment in our show? Use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Oh boy, we got Joe DeLeon coming up in about 40 minutes. Talk the rise of Cole Payton. Do we want him? Do we want him? Do we want him? This is a lefty that can actually sling.
I don't know that I want him.
I don't know. I think I want him more than Dylan Gabriel. Can we go there?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I would take that baseball sitting in front of you more than Dylan Gabriel, though. There's a lot of things I would take in this room that I'd take above Dylan Gabriel.
I think the Jets might be on their way to the Short King quarterback room.
We got some tissues here. Here we go. Well, our defensive coordinator, Short King.
How short?
Well, so here's the thing. They don't have him listed as far as his height is concerned.
Okay.
I've searched high and low for his actual
a real
height.
short king move.
Yeah. Well, everyone
Can't
talks.
let anyone know.
Everyone talks about how relentless he is and everything like that. But have you ever? Okay, so go on his Wikipedia for 2 seconds. Okay, you'll see a couple interesting things. One, the fact that he graduated from Cornell. That matters to me because everyone on my wife's side, they all went to Cornell. She went to Cornell. All this, and so I was
The land of short kings.
And so I'm like, oh, what was his numbers? Because I knew I was going to see my in-laws and everything like that. And I'm like, I'm going to bring up this convo. What kind of numbers did he have when he played football at Cornell? That's an obvious follow-up to this, right?
Yeah.
Even like tiny coaches like Mike McDaniel, when he was at Yale, played wide receiver at Yale.
He really can. He runs some damn routes. I don't know if you've seen the videos.
No, he
It's
can. But
pretty
like,
inspiring.
Like, even guys we think are like, how did that guy ever even play college football? It's like, well, go to the Ivies. They'll have you. So I'm like, all right, what kind of stats does this guy have? Was he any good? Right? That's what you'd think. That's because all these guys played some level of college football. No, Nick Wilson, he did not play college football. You want to know what he played at Cornell?
What, lacrosse.
No, it's something called sprint football. Okay, and you know the rules on sprint football.
A lot of sprinting.
I would think that's part of the game.
Okay,
but there are
know.
2 mandatory rules in sprint football. Okay, you must be under 5'8", and also have a body fat percentage that is less than 5%.
So they only house psychopaths.
That's basically. You said it, not me.
Man.
I think Robert Kraft actually played sprint football. And looking deeper into this, like Robert Kraft is like one of the most famous people to ever play sprint football. You have to be less than 178 pounds, minimum of 5% body fat, in order to be eligible to play. So like
What kind of clown short king came up with
you
this?
have to be short and like in really good shape, but also then under 178 pounds. Like there's a whole lot to this, and so
it's a very specific number too.
178. I don't know where they came up with.
Get out of here.
I don't know where they came up with 178. But
Get
that's the
this
rules.
fatty out of here.
So that's what it is. 178 and a minimum of 5% body fat to be eligible to play. And that's just what it is. The emphasis is speed and agility rather than size and strength. And so our defensive coordinator played sprint football. He didn't play any like a real football in college at all. He played sprint football.
This is like back in the day when they have Andre the Giant wrestle 20 little people. I basically want to be Andre the Giant in this scenario.
There's a
I just want to
whole
walk
league.
around pimp slapping half of these guys.
They wouldn't let you on the field.
No, they kicked the
That's
crap
the point.
out of me.
You don't get to be on
but
their
it'd
field.
Take 20 of
you
them.
don't get to be on their field.
20 of them. But oh man, I just
like
fingers to the face. Every one of these nut.
Well,
jobs.
you know, in like Pee Wee football, where the kid that like weighs 150 pounds can't touch the ball. It's like the rules that they have. That's the same thing here. They took all the kids that can touch the football and never grew up, and then they get to go ahead and play.
Put it about 6'6" in
also,
the air.
Under 5% body fat seems like a really, really low number.
What do you play?
Like Kyle Farnsworth was like 4%, and people raved about it.
You know who? I'm telling you right now, the guy that plays sprint football at Cornell is the guy who lowers his voice to sound more manly when he's talking to women.
Well, this is Mike Radinsky. This is your guy.
It's Kyle Bailey in Charlotte.
When we interview Radinsky, that's going to have to be your commentary, okay?
So, what's up, Short King?
What's up with that? What's up with that sprint football? Have you seen videos of him? Like, he looks tiny relative to everybody else around him, with reason.
Jim Schwartz would never.
Just a little guy.
Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Sit.
All right, that was out of pocket.
We're having fun.
Why do little people have? Why are their voices? That was what that was.
I thought that was just Rudy's.
That was what that was. You see how he got the moniker, Rudy?
Yeah.
You see how he got that now?
Yeah, he's short and not good at football.
Sprint football champion. I don't even know that he won a championship, by the way. His team could have been horrendous.
Full of himself. Cavs legend Taco Fall could not play sprint football.
No.
Played in the NBA celebrity game on Friday night. He had a double-double, including a crowd-pleasing dunk. Does Taco Fall playing in the celebrity game make sense to you when he was an actual NBA player for 3 seasons?
I thought it was funny. I liked some of the photos and everything. I thought it was ridiculous he got to win MVP of the game, though.
Yeah.
Like, you're a former NBA player. You don't get to just dominate. But also, it was kind of fun to see that he dominated.
If you're one of these short kings that's out there, you're like 5'7", you're an actor, you've never really been respected in your life, and you're like, finally, I can tell people how good I am in basketball. And then you see a man that's literally 2 feet taller than you. This is offensive. I'm offended on behalf of the Munchkins trying to play in this game.
Yeah, I like the idea that he could just, I don't know, dunk over Shams. I think that's fun.
Well, anyone can dunk. Well, okay,
that was the humor of it. You do turn into a little bit of a carny act at that point if you're Taco Fall, but that's been his whole life.
I think he loves it. I think he loves.
By the way, we had not a bunch of different. I knew there was another former NBA player that played in this game. Jeremy Lin played in this game.
Oh, he's like 6'1". That's fine.
Where was Jeremy Lin's points? Where was his domination though? Like, at least Taco Fall showed up. I don't know that Jeremy Lin did anything. I didn't watch this game. I don't know that Jeremy Lin did anything in this game.
Taco Fall treated this like it was Game 7 of the 2016 finals.
Well, he'll always be All-Star Game MVP. Comes with a little bit of an asterisk next to it. I got to look up Jeremy Lin's box score in this. Do they do box scores for Celebrity All-Star games?
They do not.
They should. They do a box score
like,
for everything.
Hey, we don't hold a lot of things up with old pride thing. This is the one thing we're not doing.
Sources say the Seahawks are unlikely to use their tag on Kenneth Walker III. What would you do if you're Seattle? I find this to be very interesting. Schneider, in his time in Seattle, has not used the tag all but twice. Twice in 16 years has Schneider used the franchise tag. He's against it. He just won Super Bowl MVP, but it doesn't really make sense. He's kind of he's a one-trick pony of a running back. He does that one trick very, very well, but he's a one-trick pony.
Yeah, not the best receiver on the planet.
He doesn't block. He doesn't receive. Like he just does one thing.
He is, and again, he does it at a very good level. I don't know why anyone think he would get tagged, even a transition tag. Charbonneau's there. Their backup actually had some good yardage. To me, I'd love to see Kenneth Walker in Kansas City doing. The problem is he doesn't catch and he doesn't block.
Yeah.
And you have to be pretty well-rounded to play running back for Kansas City. I really struggle how much money Kenneth's actually going to make because I think he's got like one real high-level year in the NFL. Most of it's been subbing with another person. But he did just win the NFL MVP in the Super Bowl, and people do dumb stuff. Think Alvin Harper. Think Larry Brown. Was it Neil O'Donnell who also did that?
Yeah, it matters for a lot of people. A lot of the owners that are watching that just watched him be awesome and are telling their GMs, why don't we have someone like that?
The Olympics men super team ski jump final was canceled this weekend with a round to go due to Monday's inclement weather.
This wasn't Penisgate, was it?
No.
Different event?
It's a different gate.
Okay.
And a different penis. Medals were awarded based on the first two rounds. Australia took the gold, known for their skiing. Should Olympic ski jumping at the Winter Olympics be canceled because of too much snow?
It does seem kind of ridiculous.
Feels like this would kind of be the thing, that if you have too much snow, this would where you want all the snow to go.
I know, but it sounds odd, but I bet in that world there really is there's got to be a limit there, and it becomes unsafe at a certain point.
Why is that my problem?
Make me a bicycle clown.
Yeah.
I'm
we just want to take all the drama and intrigue out of the Olympics. We can only do it on the right day in between these. Come on.
I'm sure if you asked one of them, it would be like telling someone to play on an NBA court that is just filled with water. Mm-hmm. I'm sure for them, it's like, we wouldn't even dare do that. The injury risk has got to be insane. But at the face of it, I get what you're saying.
And that brings me to the point that I think ski jumpers might all be pansies. I don't want to say that. Ski jumpers out there, skiers in general.
Do they
I
jump
respect
and launch themselves like millions of? How far do they? How many feet do they cover?
Not enough, apparently.
Am I thinking of the wrong event? Isn't this the event where they like legitimately just like launch themselves like they're out of a cannon and they just basically just glide through the air while sinking at the same time?
Yep.
Which makes it seem like every person that does the event should be injured immediately.
Mm-hmm.
All right, not pansies.
Which makes being like, hey, please don't play this. It's too snowy. To be a ridiculous take to have.
Was that English? Were you doing the Australian team that won? What was that?
You'll never know.
I guess I won't.
Hey, crikey!
Okay, good. All right. It sounded a little Foster's for beer. Yeah, that type of thing. Okay.
I wasn't really going for that, but then you pointed out, so I went there.
It was not a popular beer in Australia. It's an Americanized beer. They don't even drink it in Australia.
What do they drink in Australia?
Other beers that aren't Foster's. Isn't that wild?
I'm a little offended.
I know.
Don't sell me something that's Australian, and then it's like, it's really
not popular there at all.
And here's the thing: they don't lie in Australia. They will just straight up tell you, like that's a ninny drink right there.
Yeah.
I love Australians.
Stay with the Olympics. Chloe Kim, you know her? the girlfriend of Myles Garrett.
Ah, yes.
She got a $100K gift. She got a silver medal. She did not get her third straight gold medal in the half pipe. She got a silver medal. A lot of hotly contested debate attached to that. Myles gave her a $100,000 custom pink Ford Bronco. If you get a silver medal in the Olympics and your boyfriend makes hundreds of millions of dollars in his NFL career, is a $100,000 custom Ford pink Bronco a good gift or a bad gift?
I think it's a pretty decent gift. If they were engaged, it would have to be a better gift. If they were married, it'd have to be a better gift. But been dating for, I think it's like a year and a half, 18 months.
Oh, has it even been that long? I'm thinking it might even be shorter than that.
Yeah. No, I think he definitely overdid it, which is good. We like that.
Okay. I didn't know where I settled on it. In my head, I was thinking it's an awesome gift for a lot of reasons. It's cool. But then I was also thinking, why not like a custom pink Lamborghini instead? Like the prices of cars, you settle on a $100,000 car that's very expensive for me and you. It's not really that expensive for Myles Garrett.
I would just rather the $100,000.
We can't just give your girlfriend $100,000.
She can.
It kind of turns her into a little bit of a lady of the night if you do that.
What are relationships if not a financial agreement?
Yes, but we don't do it with cash. We do financial agreements with gifts and everything until you get married. Then everything it's all one pot.
If Vanessa gave me $100,000 cash,
you guys play all in one pot.
Because I put it down good.
You guys all play in one pot.
I'll take that. I'll take that compliment.
If you became single again and then had a girlfriend of a couple months, and then all of a sudden instead of spending $1,000 on Valentine's Day, you just gave her $1,000 cash, it probably hits a little bit different.
I'd like the pretty woman treatment.
She probably thinks she's being courted for different reasons and they're not on the same page.
I think she might think.
Also, if you give your girlfriend then cash, like you're not getting married. That's the obvious gift there, or the obvious attachment
she's going to think
that.
less of you.
No.
Yeah, she'd be like, I couldn't possibly marry this man because all he does is give me $100,000
She just knows it's not going anywhere. But the pink Bronco, that says he thought of you. There was love attached to that. There was a thought there. Cash is a great gift as an adult, but it's not really great for a significant other.
Okay, but $100,000
it's the most thoughtless thing you can give to somebody is cash. Why are you shocked by this?
I wish Vanessa was so thoughtless.
It's the thoughtless thing you can give to somebody.
Yeah.
Next to a gift card, it's the most thoughtless thing you can give to somebody.
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to lay down the challenge for everybody out there in Cleveland. You guys can prove Jonathan wrong by everyone out there that wants to give me $100,000.
Are you sleeping with everyone that wants to give you $100,000?
At this point, I think Vanessa would tell me it's okay.
The premise is built on that concept right there. You have to be sleeping with this person.
You got to build a routine around me, though. I am not in great shape. All right? You got to bring the action to Big Daddy.
Yeah.
I'll do my best.
And you see what this sounds like?
What?
It sounds like a lady of the night is what it sounds like. It sounds like some transactions are being had here.
I'd say it's more of a man of the mid-afternoon.
You are describing exactly what I'm getting at here.
They'll take care of your schmeckle. I'm not above anything.
You're like anybody. Anybody wants to come on over. The $100,000 gift.
Yeah,
anybody.
multiple people.
Anybody.
I'll put you in a schedule.
Anybody that wants to just come on over and pay me for sex. It sounds like what it sounds like, Nick. Does it not?
If you want to be crass about it, you go ahead and be crass.
It sounds like what it sounds like.
Fat man? I just can't explain romance to you, Peterlin.
You are describing prostitution to a T.
To some people. To other people, I'm an NFL owner, right? And to some people, I'm a kooky intellectual. Who knows? Other people,
okay,
I'm a financier. Who really knows?
Bingo, bongo.
Okay.
The Cavs and LeBron were all the rage this weekend. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at Empower.
Listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. It's Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
I would have to say, from a basketball discussion, they were among the darlings of the weekend. I mean, the league has taken notice what happened here, and everybody's noticed that the Cavs have looked as they've looked with James and what's gone on with Jarrett Allen, and lots of reason for optimism. And Mobley is ready to come back. He's doing great. So they're about to be ready to go there with two bigs. And also James being 6'5" and doing all the things he can do. So, again, basketball-wise, a lot of people are talking about this. And then with the LeBron factor always being what it is, that just kind of keeps the Cavs in the discussion even more.
Joe Varden on with the Morning Boys earlier today, talking the Cavs, the All-Star Weekend buzz that was. But Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Joe DeLeon coming up in about 15 minutes here. A to Z Sports NFL Draft Analyst. We'll talk the hype on North Dakota State quarterback Cole Payton, which was all over Twitter this weekend. Brought to you by Jason Lockenfora of our sister station in Baltimore. We also will talk about a double tackle first round for the Browns, which Daniel Jeremiah put out there. But when it comes to this weekend, I just don't, so much in the NBA, if you make a bold play or a play nobody saw coming, you just get a absolute wash of love from the NBA, especially if you're a small market team or mid-market team like the Cavs are. So I think Joe is right, because I heard a lot of different people talking about the Cavs this weekend.
Yeah.
It just kind of is what it is, because those are the same people that rip your ass this summer if LeBron retires and James Harden goes elsewhere.
Well, I mean, I guess it all depends on how they look. Because if LeBron retires and James Harden is here, but you go to the Eastern Conference Finals, I don't think they're going to rip you for it. If you flame out in the second round, then that's on the table, I guess.
Well, I think it has more to do with, like, the Cavs are already getting credit for LeBron to some degree. I think that was some of the push this weekend. And it's just, we're in a really good spot right now where it's like the next 20, I think it's 27 games left for the Cavs. Mm-hmm. Enjoy them. Like, really enjoy them. This should be a fun stretch of basketball.
You went Dolan on us there.
You've got a favorable stretch of basketball. And then let's see. Like, that should be the excitement here, is new breeds hope. So about just the idea that people around the NBA were talking about the Cavs, it does, especially around the NBA All-Star Weekend, which is one of the most fraudulent. I'm talking about from substance. Mm-hmm. It's just a hen circle. And there's a part of me that's like, one of the things, there's just, the NBA really has some groupthink in it that I don't know the NFL still has the same extent of. Baseball does. Big groupthink problem.
Baseball's a big, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so there's just something I already don't respect around some of that groupthink to it. So, like, the idea that, the Cavs are getting some buzz, I don't care.
I just think they like talking about something that was different than what the main storylines are. I truthfully
got bored talking about tanking.
I think leading into that week, Nick, and really parts of last week was all discussing how many problems there are with the NBA, with tanking, with all these other things, and then what happened this weekend. You got to talk about LeBron and a different storyline attached to it with Harden and everything that's associated there, and then you also got to talk about a fun NBA All-Star Weekend. Like the NBA got a win this weekend within the All-Star Weekend festivities, and it just kind of felt like the NBA hadn't had a win in a while.
So, speaking to that, LeBron didn't really pour cold water on the idea of his future being in Cleveland when he was asked about his future, but he did continue to play it vague.
I want to live. When I know, you guys will know. I don't know. I have no idea. I just want to live, that's all.
I don't buy it.
I buy that he wants to live. I agree with you there, LeBron.
That one tracks, which is funny. I've never looked at LeBron and being like, this guy doesn't know how to live. Like,
I'm just thinking of that meme he's got where he's in the water and he's just like soaking it all up.
The banana boat, just his life, the first time in Miami, living in the Hollywood Hills in a big mansion. Like,
yeah, for someone that has done a lot of living, he oftentimes feels like he hasn't lived at all.
Yeah, which let's do a little body swap here for the next 7 days and then talk to me, LeBron. Well, I'll show you what not living looks like, partner. But I do think it's interesting that Donovan was asked about it and all this. Where it almost, and I don't love being in this position because there feels like too much of a threat of discomfort or failure from this. I don't love that it's just seen as almost fate that LeBron's coming back to Cleveland.
I think there's a part of you then, I don't want to speak for you, but are you just thinking that you're going to like jinx it almost? Is that the idea? That if it becomes too obvious, then it won't happen because that's typically not how LeBron operates?
No, I just think...
There's a part of you that's scared of this. I can tell.
Yes.
I can tell that, and for someone like yourself that loves LeBron as much as you do, and you want to see him come back here, I think we all want to see him come back here. But I can tell there's a reservation attached to this, and I just wonder if it's almost like it's too much of a good thing being presented.
I don't think LeBron realizes if you either straight up retire or just stay with the Lakers at a reduced price, how pissed people are going to be at him in Cleveland. So I don't want that because we've been in a good spot with LeBron, even though the farther you get from the title, the more people, forget how special that was. And the other part is I don't know you're going to win a title as constructed. And LeBron gives me just enough hope to go into next year, especially if you go to the finals this year, even if it's a gentleman's sweep. You add LeBron without subtracting something real, and next year I can go, yeah, like this, you at least have a fighting chance against an OKC, a Houston, whatever.
I was trying to figure out your angle on it, and I think I got there with it. The idea that it would almost feel like a rug pull of sorts. If he ends up not coming back here, then you would think to yourself, and listen, I disagree with this concept. I need to make that abundantly clear, but I think some people would think to themselves, why did we make the James Harden deal then, and why do we set up for this 2-year window? Because we're not going to be good enough to then excel and get everywhere we need to get.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
And by the way, I don't know how I'll definitively feel about that way. Like, there are things James and the Cavs can do where even if LeBron just blatantly retires, I don't know how you don't blatantly retire, but if he just retires, there's still ways I can feel better about the deal in June and July than I can now.
I hadn't considered the idea that people would be mad at LeBron if he just re-signed with the Lakers or signed somewhere else, and then as if he was stringing us along throughout this entire stretch. I personally hadn't gotten that, but I haven't lived with the idea that I'm all but convinced this is happening 100% either.
I think the LeBron stringing you along thing I don't think it's valid. I think LeBron, he tried his ass off the first run here, and he was within his right to leave. I didn't feel that way in real time, but as I've grown up, I get it, right? And so, but even then, there were people feeling like he strung the Cavs along and used his power, and they made some bad trades, and they put that on LeBron. And then he came back, and because he only went 1 year to 1 year to 1 year deal, more stringing along, only to leave. And while saying, by the way, when he first came back, I want to be here the rest of my career, only to then go to L.A.
No, but I get,
and then
get
play longer consecutively there than he did anywhere else, only to kind of tease everyone thinks he's coming back, and LeBron not steering away from that is as good of an endorsement of the thing.
Yeah,
I don't want for LeBron, to me, he doesn't deserve that complicated, exclamation point on his career that will be there for the first year or two after he retires.
He just doesn't have to keep the door open as wide as it currently is if he's not going to actually deliver on it.
Yeah.
And I get that, but that's why I think, and I've learned I'm just in the minority in this, but I really do think that's why the next little stretch here and what happens in the playoffs is an audition for LeBron, because I think anyone that thinks it's set in stone, I don't think we're there. I think the idea is that LeBron still has to be impressed with what this team does as constructed. He can like all the moves and talk about how he liked everything down to, I heard him bring up Dennis Schroeder's name this weekend. There are things he likes about what the Cavs have done, but ultimately he's got to believe they can actually win for him to come here.
So I don't think that's one of unless you got bounced out like the first round. It was like an embarrassing second round exit where you're getting gentlemanly swept again. Theoretically, I can see those going poorly for you. With LeBron, I think does LeBron have a really bad injury before the end of the regular season or in the postseason? I can see that impacting his decision this offseason. I could see Harden.
You can't get mad at him if that's the reason why.
If
an injury gets in the way.
I wouldn't, but I guarantee you people here still would.
You can't help that, though. If the idea was the entire time that he wanted to come back and he was going to try to make this big move, but then he gets another injury that pops up and then he's just sidelined, then it is what it is.
I could see a significant injury to Donovan Mitchell or James Harden. complicating this conversation.
For sure.
I can see James Harden just kind of letting people know after a half season in Cleveland, I'm going to go to the highest bidder, and if that's not Cleveland, then I'm out. I could see that impact. Those are really the three things I was thinking about that could really derail this blessed event, because it does, like, again, the thing that I'm a little leery of is what I think to be true. Like, I think it would be more surprising than not if LeBron either retired or stayed in L.A. at this point rather than come back to Cleveland.
Yeah, I mean, right now the Cavs are in the driver's seat for this entire conversation with LeBron. And even I thought it was funny, the Lakers came out, they had a big piece today with Dave McMenamin, and he was basically getting at the idea that the Lakers, if he wants to come back, they're open to bringing LeBron back next season if he decides to. And it's like, all they're doing here is trying to just make LeBron be the bad guy in this divorce. Mm-hmm. That's all that is. That's just a play to make LeBron look like he chose to leave LA instead of the other way around.
216-474-0092. If the Cavs and LeBron are on track for another reunion, what can derail this event from here? Beyond those three things, so I can't really, like, it feels like this is going to proceed. Just, by the way, he could just decide to retire, too. I probably should have added that in this.
I mean, he could get a win that they're going to go ahead and add the conversations to the Vegas team, and then LeBron, hey, you missed the boat. We can't wait for you forever. Instead of giving you the gold watch, we were going to give you this team, but you're taking too long, and we want to get the expansion going. And then he's like, all right, fine. I guess I have to retire in order to get the team given to me.
Here's another
All
way.
sorts of things that could pop up from that perspective.
I think the compensation, and I think CBS Sports did an interesting look at, like, the ways he could come home.
Yeah. One
is outright accepting the vet min, which we talked about. Two is that you get below the tax threshold and open up a certain amount of extra amount of mid-level exception, which they might split between him and maybe one other player, or maybe just give him the full thing. And the third one I thought was the least likely, which is the Cavs trading a valuable asset like a Jared Allen to be able to fit LeBron's contract here. And that just, even though it's LeBron, that feels like something that the Cavs shouldn't have to do, but that might be something LeBron cares about, is making roughly $30 million next year.
Well, I think we're going to find out how hungry LeBron is to try to win a championship, or if he's just going to try to cash a check, because you can make an argument that between all the other deals he's going to have around a final season and a final farewell of sorts, he's going to make more than enough to make up for it all. Like, think about just documenting all of it, what you can sell that for to Amazon, for instance.
The Cole Payton hype train, the Browns' 2-tackle option in the NFL draft, and more with Joe DeLeon of A to Z Sports, NFL draft analyst, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
oh,
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got John Fanta coming up in about 1 hour's time. Always good to catch up with Cleveland's own there. Get his take on the final 27 games of the regular season for the Cavaliers and what his expectations are for the Browns offseason. But our next guest joins us every Tuesday at 3:20, or is it Monday? I don't know. Time's a flat circle, but he joins us every week, and he's a man about town. You know him as an A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst. You know him from the Ruffino and Joe show. And this week, the buzz on Twitter was Cole Payton, North Dakota State quarterback. We're starting the elevation. Doesn't matter if they're worth it. We are starting the elevation on these quarterbacks because somebody's got to take somebody to talk the many quarterbacks. Well, one or two quarterbacks in this draft. We head out to the Make It Right Call, Kyle Wright hotline. He's Joe DeLeon. What's up, buddy?
Not much. Appreciate you guys having me as always. And, man, you guys picked a wonderful topic to jump us right into it. Cole Payton, man. It's been a really hilarious kind of, I guess, day, seeing his name start to build some buzz. It was inevitable.
So that brings us to people speculating, people pondering, could he be QB2 in this draft and maybe an early first rounder? How do we feel about that discourse?
First round, no, I'm not going there. Here's the thing with Cole Payton. I think that he fits the descriptor for a solid developmental option that could become a really fantastic backup as well as a unique weapon. I mean, to me, he's Taysom Hill. I think that he is at North Dakota State this past year, was tracking and following FCS really closely. He was phenomenal. He was a Walter Payton Award finalist. He's a great runner. He's a great athlete. He's got a pretty strong arm. He's got the prototype. But the thing is, he's not that experienced. He started for 1 year this past year. Before that, when Cam Miller was the starting quarterback, he was used in that Taysom Hill role where he was just a battering ram, and they would bring him in rushing situations when they knew they wanted to scheme some runs. I just don't really see a natural touch, a natural feel for playing quarterback. If he was selected somewhere in the third round, fourth round, with the premise of, all right, this is a guy that we're going to develop, see if we can turn him into a starter, but at the very least, all he's going to be for us is a really elusive and physical backup quarterback that we're going to use as a runner, I can get with that. But I feel like we're already starting to do the bit where we latch onto a kid who was a winner, who was a part of a great program, and we're just going to latch onto him early. I'm sure in 2 weeks there's going to be a new kid that we're all oohing and eyeing over. The one big thing with Cole Payton is that he's probably going to test really well, and that's probably going to continue to build momentum for him throughout this process.
All right, Daniel Jeremiah had his mock draft come out, and he had just one quarterback going in the first round, just one in his mock. That's it. Do you agree with that assessment?
I do and I don't. I feel as though the combine, as it always is going to be the catalyst for us figuring out the market for quarterbacks. And we're talking about Ty Simpson here, of course, and how he's going to fit into this class. I don't know if he's going to throw because he was pretty banged up at the end of the season. But if Ty Simpson goes, he's going to interview really well. He, just having listened to him enough times during the season, talk to the media, is a very smart kid. His dad is a coach at the FCS level. He's got that type of background, that type of mentality. And I feel like if he were able to throw and he were able to gut it out, he'd be a guy that would go out there and really shine and do really well in those on-field drills. To me, the guy who is the most on the line potentially, if he does decide to test, is Ty Simpson, because he could go out there, he could throw, he could do really well during those drills and start to establish himself. To me, he is such a natural passer with such a limited sample size of playing time, and that overcame so many obstacles this year. There is a real opportunity for him, I think, in Indianapolis to do a lot of good for him. But it all comes down to if he's even healthy and, whatever happens when he gets his medical evaluations.
Joe, it would make sense that the Browns not having a clear option at quarterback this year and maybe just kind of seeing what happens with Deshaun and Shador, that they're going to be one of those teams really looking at the 2027 draft for quarterbacks, right? Give yourself another year, build the O-line, maybe get a wide receiver in here or two in here. And the Rams are one of those teams where, given that Matt Stafford's maybe got a year or two left, maybe Ty Simpson would make sense for them. The Rams have 2 firsts this year. How do you look at maybe the Browns and Rams as trade partners for the Rams to move up to 6 for Simpson and the Browns to move down to 13 and maybe pick up the Rams 27 first?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think that the Browns, if they kind of conclude that they don't want to get a quarterback, and I agree with the premise that you just presented here, there's not very many options if you're not completely all in on Ty Simpson. Don't force yourself into a quarterback. You already have 2 young guys on the roster. See what they can present to you in 2026. Probably try and go and bring in a free agent. Maybe you get one of these big name guys for cheap. If it's Kyler Murray or if it's Tua, try to get something out of them. That's the better approach because 2027, I know we say this every year, has some really, really good options. I just don't know if the Rams are going to want to trade up, considering the fact that they got away with highway robbery with the picks that they acquired from the Falcons, which now might be even less or even more of a steal for the fact that Pierce is potentially might not going to be on the roster for the whole thing that went down with him and his domestic violence situation. But I think that having gotten that pick and having 2 first-rounders, you're either going to sit where you're at and you're going to look and evaluate who's on the board to set you up to go on a championship run in 2026, or if Ty Simpson were still on the board and fell into their lap, that would just be a golden outcome. So I feel as though the Rams, it doesn't feel like there's really been a ton of momentum for a trade to be on the table. There's plenty of time for something to come to fruition, but it just feels like the Rams are better off kind of sticking where they're at.
Can you identify someone you think that would be a good trade partner for the Browns?
The problem is, I think that the best option for a team that would make sense to trade up, because a team that's the most desperate to figure out their future because they have completely bungled to trying to figure out their future, is the Steelers. And it feels incredibly unlikely that you've got an interdivisional trade. I know it's happened before. The most recent example I can think of is when the Cowboys and the Eagles traded not that long ago. But I don't think that would come to fruition knowing the competition between those 2 rivals. But outside of that, I don't know if anyone's really that truly desperate, unless maybe the Miami Dolphins really like Ty Simpson and they would want to slide up in order to be able to go and get him.
All right, Joe, it's an interesting offensive line class because the highest grade guys that I see right now happen to be right tackles or maybe lean right tackle. And then right around that 24th pick for the Browns right now, there are guys like Caleb Lamu or Monroe Freeling, guys who maybe profile more as left tackles. So can you break down guys that you think actually fit the left tackle mold over the first round or 2? Because it does feel like this is more of a right tackle draft. Tell me if I'm right or wrong there.
No, it is. And that's kind of been what's been intriguing about evaluating this class, because like every time I watch a guy, it's like, oh, this guy – he's either was a college right tackle or he might fit better at right tackle. You mentioned Lomu. Freeling is the other guy who is going to be in the mix there for the back end of the first. I think Blake Miller is another guy who's one of these right tackles that, could be considered at the end of the first round. I'll tell you what, though, and I know that you're asking more about tackles, but I really like the idea of if Vega Ione, and I watched him last night, the Penn State interior offensive lineman, if he's on the board, I think that would be a slam dunk pick. He is one of the more reliable guys that I feel comfortable projecting what he's going to do in the NFL. There's really not a lot of prospects, I feel like, in this class where I can point at them and go and be like, yeah, that guy feels like he's just going to be a 10-year guy that sticks around the franchise and elevates the floor of an offensive line and is always considered reliable and consistent. Vega Ione would be a guy that I would rather pick over some of these players, some of these tackles that are a little bit more projection, like Lomu. Freeling is intriguing, but I think that there's a little bit more projection going into him as well.
I want to ask you about Caleb Downs a little bit because I go back to Daniel Jeremiah's mock. He had him at 10 to the Bengals. Do you have him lasting until 10, or is it the type of thing where you feel like he will go top 6?
The big thing with Downs is I feel as though the media is going to be very excited about him. I'm one of these people that's very excited about him. But come draft time, I don't know what it is. I do know what it is. There is a chance that he slides further than everybody is expecting him to, and it's simply for the fact that he's a safety. The one example that I keep pointing to is Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton, I understandably ran a slower 40 than expected. He ran in the 4.6s, which was a little bit unexpected for him to have ran that slow, but his tape is unbelievable. He was one of the most easily projectable prospects at the safety position in a long time. He's 6'4", and being able to fly all over the field and to cover from range, and he's turned into an immediate all-pro. Considering how he panned out, it feels as though Caleb Downs could have a similar fate. Now, I do think what's going to help Downs and for him to have a stronger case to go in the top 10 is that this year's class just lacks blue-chip prospects. It lacks premier players that Downs is one of the few that could immediately plug and play and boost the quality of a team's defense. I'm curious to see if he chooses to test. Maybe his agent is smart enough to realize, hey, Kyle Hamilton went out there and tested it, and if you're not going to run a 4.4, you're running the 4.5s, everybody's going to overthink it. So just go and kill it in the meetings because you're such a brilliant kid, and the rest will take care of itself.
Joe, I did see you put up a video there of 3 potential landing spots for A.J. Brown if the Eagles decide to move on from him this offseason. The Browns need not just number 1 wide receiver, but maybe a number 2 as well. Would the Browns make sense to trade for A.J. Brown at this spot in their build?
I feel like the Browns would probably not be an ideal spot for him because A.J. Brown feels like, unless the Eagles have a desire to just kind of ship him off to the highest bidder, I feel as though he'd be best fit for a team that is in Super Bowl contention, that is looking for that extra piece. I also don't think that it would really be smart for the Browns to trade what would probably be a 2nd or a 3rd round pick. The DK Metcalf deal last year is kind of like a really good, easy, quick parallel. The age, the contract, all of those things. I feel as though it'd be better for the Browns to hold on to those picks, especially considering the fact that this year's receiver class is really good. I think that if you are a team that is growing and developing, you're better off drafting a receiver if you're a team like the Patriots or the Bills or just one of these teams that is right on the cusp of winning a Super Bowl. You want an immediate return. You want somebody that can immediately give you an impact. You don't want to bank on projection for what a prospect can do for you this year or in the future. So for me, I think the Browns are in a much better position to just stick where they're at, not trade for a big name like A.J. Brown, and use those picks on some of the intriguing options in this really, really solid wide receiver class.
So it sounds like to me, though, the wide receiver class is good for the first round, and so we have to pay attention to that. But overall, is the whole class just down, or does it get better in like the 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounds? Are there better spots to this draft than historically, or is it just really just kind of a down draft?
It's generally a very down draft. For whatever reason, the past 2 years just have not been great. But there are certain position groups that I think that there is tremendous value. I think that the defensive tackle class is solid, more specifically with nose tackles. I think that this wide receiver class is really good. I think that there are going to be a lot of guys that come off the board, not only in the 1st round, but in the 2nd and 3rd round, maybe even the 4th round, that go on to be really not just solid role players or maybe even high-impact starters that develop into 1,000-yard guys. This receiver class is really, really good. It is deep. It is solid. There's a lot of different options and body types.
Like best since when, Joe?
That is a great question. I'd have to think on that to think of a good class to compare it to. I don't want to be overly bullish. Like, I wouldn't compare it to that Justin Jefferson year with all those options in that year. But it's still much better than last year. It's much better than previous years. The solidness comes from the options that are available on day 2.
All right. I'm on a mission to fix the Browns' offensive line in one offseason. And I look here, and from rounds 3 to 5, maybe 2 to 5, I got 3 Iowa offensive linemen, Jennings Dunker, Bo Stevens, and Logan Jones.
His Jennings love didn't take a hit after you just crushed him last week, by the way.
And I'm seeing now he's in the 3rd round, so that's where we like him. I will ask you, could I do worse than just drafting 3 Iowa offensive linemen with maybe 1 tackle this offseason?
See, here's the thing. I don't think that is a an unsound strategy because a lot of these Iowa guys, one, naturally, you know that they're going to be coached well. You know that they're going to be strong as all hell. It just depends what Monken wants to run. Does Monken want to run a very power-based scheme, or are they just going to run the rock between the tackles with Quinshon Judkins 25 times a game? I think that totally could work. And Logan Jones is an intriguing player, the center in this class from Iowa. If you took him somewhere on day 3, he could end up becoming a guy who turns into your starting center. He is a name to watch, I will point out, for the combine. He could end up testing very, very well and could be an eventual riser coming out of Indianapolis.
This is my best idea for building a roster since my short king quarterback room, which I'm hoping the Jets do. Is a trade for Kyler. We'll give you Dylan Gabriel for a petty little 4th rounder. I think somebody needs to do it, but it can't be Cleveland because I am anti-short king at quarterback.
Well, and then Pavia, you could go and get Pavia too. So then you just got a lot of you could run a wishbone with Kyler, with Dylan Gabriel, and with Pavia out there.
Yeah, this isn't
really
Albuquerque,
creative.
Joe. No, thank you.
You can hide the football and everything. You can do a bunch of tricks. Maybe that'll work.
See, it starts out as a silly idea, and before you know it, you're the best 7-10 team in America. Joe, be good, buddy.
Of course, thanks, guys.
Joe DeLeon there. Love short king quarterback room. Come on now.
I want to hang out with the Pavia brothers.
I would pay great money to
I want to see what happens.
To never see those chachas. You give me the Jokic brothers.
No, because the Jokic brothers are. I feel like the Jokic brothers would just belittle you and just put you in the corner, and they could because you're a big man, but they're larger than you.
I'd have to fight my way to their respect.
They're larger than you. They're the same size as them.
Yeah,
like it's insane. Pavia brothers are the same size as Pavia. They're all 5'7" and think that Albuquerque is the toughest place on planet Earth.
You wouldn't understand this. Sometimes Eastern Block's got to meet Eastern Block on the way to Respect Town.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. Now, would I be in a coma
on the way to Respect
for a
Town?
Short amount of time? Yes, but the fact that I would get up from my coma and immediately challenge them to fight again, they would be like, this man is crazy. We must keep him around.
And then they'd ask you to join them for a lot of vodka. And then you would you all just get hammered together, I guess.
Oh, no.
I like that this is what you think is going to happen in this. And in reality,
this fat one, he crazy.
Then they'd either respect the hell out of that, like the crazy eyes,
or they'd literally just murder me.
Might murder you.
Yeah.
You might just end up dead.
But you can't.
You might just not exist anymore.
You can't live in your fears. 216-474-0092. We'll talk about the Rams and Browns as trade partners and get Joe's reaction on this class and what does that mean for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I drive a Ram.
pretenders that it might just last you till Wednesday. If you've got that kind of self-control. I mean, some people want leftovers. Others are more into right nowers. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. $10, 8 pieces, one big deal with KFC $10 Tuesdays.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
To me, the guy who is the most on the line potentially, if he does decide to test, is Ty Simpson, because he could go out there, he could throw, he could do really well during those drills and start to establish himself. To me, he is such a natural passer with such a limited sample size of playing time, and that overcame so many obstacles this year. There is a real opportunity for him, I think, in Indianapolis to do a lot of good for him. But it all comes down to if he's even healthy and, whatever happens when he gets his medical evaluations.
That was Joe DeLeon in the previous segment there. He joins us every week here. A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst. I will say the official draft analyst, along with Lance Reisland, of Afternoon Drive. And
yeah, we got to throw Coach in there at some point.
I know,
right?
I don't want to put them as co because they're both standalone. But
and both very different, by the way. And
yes.
It's funny because they cover the same ground, but they're both very, very different.
Yeah, I mean, I think Coach tends to see, as a coach, sees the best in everyone. Yeah. He'll give you the downside, but he doesn't labor on it the way I think the draft community does.
He also goes very schematic with a lot of his stuff, where I think Joe doesn't do that nearly as much.
So this is not a Joe commentary. I
like, by the way. I think it's good.
I think that's the missing piece that like Kuiper always killed me with when we were younger. Is it's like fit matters so much, and the teams that fail, like a good prospect. Maybe not great, not like a guy that can fit into any system, but like a good prospect, but that's more of a scheme-specific fit, being drafted by the wrong team, sinks that guy's career. It's the same thing with quarterbacks as well, and that was always something that I think it's changing now, but initially I thought the draft community was like, well, no, he's the best tackle, so he goes here, and it's like, well, that doesn't mean he fits what they want to do, and that was always a big blind spot for a long time.
Yeah, no, I get that. But I just think the presentation of it all is so interesting. That's part of what I think makes that job incredibly tough is that you are speaking to a lot of people that don't necessarily know the football X's and O's, and don't really, if we're being honest, half of them don't even care anyway, but you have to give them that while also giving them a touch of this is what it's going to mean for your team, etc.
I think the Ty Simpson discourse is going to be fascinating to watch. And I think, Browns fans, and this is to a credit to this town and this region, is we pay a lot of attention to the discourse around specific players.
Yeah.
And so I think there might be somebody right now today that is anti-Ty Simpson. that 2 weeks from now might not be. And I think that's going to be really interesting to kind of follow.
What do you think would change? You think the combine would change that or what?
Yeah, I mean, I think him kind of...
Because, this is the part I always warn people on right now. And the combine does make a difference, and some of these pro days do make a difference. But my big struggle with a lot of this stuff is, the games have already been played. A lot of the tape that you're judging off of has already been done. That oven has already cooked the meal, right? And so if you're just discovering it, you have to then also admit you're late to the party on it, too.
I also think, though, that the farther you get away from a guy maybe trying to make his decision, like Ty Simpson, where was he going to stay at Alabama? Was he going to go into the portal? I thought he should have gone into the portal and taken $8 billion from Miami and then come out after 2 seasons of starting.
Yeah.
But I'm.
I mean, if you thought that for Dante Moore, it'd be weird if you didn't think that for Ty Simpson.
But
who actually needs the reps way more.
I do think the job of his agent and the job of NFL people is to sell Ty on him being one of the. Yeah, it's like 50-50. The bust rate of guys below 30 starts in their careers. If you get below 20, the averages really drop. But selling why he's a guy to buck those odds. Things like he's a coach's son. He is a pure passer. If you can just wait, there are going to be things that come out or defenses of him. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see whether people go, I agree with those, or those feel like spin from the agent from the NFL.
I mean, Daniel Jeremiah today only having one quarterback in his first round, which means obviously that Ty Simpson didn't make the cut there. That's an interesting development for him. Because I kind of always thought he would have what happened to Jackson Dart last year was going to happen to him. And it still could, obviously, where you end up 24th, somewhere in that, the mid-20s area, and then you're just off to a team and you go.
It really wouldn't surprise me if Ty Simpson still ended up being a top 10 pick. It just wouldn't. Because the NFL, and again, I see big red warning sign on Ty Simpson. I think, we can say experience doesn't matter, and to some degree, there are players that can buck that, but your risk rate when you're getting to where they are is just not where I would be comfortable at this moment, having not done a lot of tape work for Ty Simpson, but
haven't grinded the tape on Ty Simpson yet.
It's all out there. I've not even rubbed up near the tape.
As I said, it's all out there. You can any part of your day, you can go ahead and choose it. It's just been existing out there for months now.
I'm in the O-line.
That Alabama late season game is already. It's there in your DVR. It's sitting there. Do you use the DVR at this point? I don't even know.
What's that?
Yeah, exactly. So but it's there. You can find it. It's there.
No, I'm more kind of hog molly watching, but. Because that actually is something I really enjoy watching. But I do think, it just knowing how the NFL works and knowing that there are teams that do put a lot of stock into the combine, or at least that's the beginning of their process, falling in love with specific players. I think a lot of people are selling this as a one quarterback draft, and they might be right 5 years from now. But, man, people do a lot of dumb crap in the NFL. And I actually think, the reason why I brought up the Rams is I think the Rams need to make some sort of splash. And I think that's obvious to say Max Crosby. I think I would not be surprised to hear if they at least called about Myles Garrett, given they've got 3 firsts in the next 2 years.
Yeah.
I expect the Browns to say no. But I would imagine they're going to turn over every rock. Honestly, even though they don't play hardly any man compared to the rest of the NFL, and they're one of the strongest zone teams in the NFL, I would expect them to call about Denzel Ward and any player they think might be available that maybe you give up first in the next year or two. I don't think, though, it'd be the worst thing. Ty Simpson fits a lot of what that Shanahan West Coast offense really wants out of your quarterback. And if you can have your cake and eat it too, because you have 2 firsts this year and certainly a first next year, and you can turn one of those into your future quarterback who can learn behind Matt Stafford for the next year or two.
That's the idea.
That to me is the thing that makes the most sense if someone's going to make a big play and not just hope he falls to 13.
I thought they were going to be in on a quarterback last draft.
Yeah.
I was convinced of it. And so, obviously Matthew Stafford going to the NFC title game and winning league MVP shouldn't move you off of your thoughts of, hey, Matthew Stafford, you get to be quarterback for a little bit longer. You still get to have that job, but you got to be thinking about the future. And Sean McVay just doesn't take down years. That's not what the Rams do.
Well, and I just think if you look at the teams that have extended their quarterback run, there's no better place to copy than Green Bay, who took Aaron Rodgers when you thought Brett Favre would never stop playing, who took Jordan Love coming off an NFC title appearance by the Green Bay Packers. I think there are a lot of teams that would do. Again, you have to love the quarterback.
Well, and they also kept doing that though, with the idea that they were hurting the other parts of their team around them, though.
Yeah.
And that's what's hard. And even with Rodgers and Love at the end of it, Rodgers just kept complaining they weren't taking wide receivers in the first round. All he wanted them to do was take wide receivers in the first round, and then they take Jordan Love. It pissed Aaron Rodgers off.
And then they traded him, and they've just
and then they started
every
to do
pick
it.
You possibly
and they
could.
started to do it almost like it was a spite play out of them. But for years, that was the big thought there was why aren't you giving me the assets that I need right now to win? And so it'll be interesting to see how the Rams look at it because they're one of the best teams in the NFL. But would Matthew Stafford get mad about them drafting a quarterback that's going to replace him and not help him in the moment?
There's something about that dude. I don't think anything pisses him off, right? I'm just gonna.
You think he's just a very go with the flow Gary? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean, his
gets a bad set of veneers in.
His significant other says a lot of things that most quarterbacks would really get upset about.
I almost said she talks a lot. That didn't sound great. She can have a podcast. What do I care?
Even he just.
But
seems,
it's 7 a.m. and you just won the Super Bowl. Let the man sleep. Don't have him on your podcast for an hour and a half. Let the man get some rest.
You gotta get some clicks.
I know she needed to take advantage of it.
But no, I mean, I do think that would be a situation that even if it's not going from 13 to 6, even if they say we'll take. I think their other first rounders 26 or 27.
Yeah, it's late.
And we'll give you a couple extra picks along with a 2027.
I mean, isn't that their natural one or no?
It is.
Yeah. Okay. So then it's.
But I just think one way or another, the Rams and the Browns make a lot of sense if the Rams want to make a splash because you can do it a few different ways. And by the way, it's not just linked to the Browns. Maybe the Jets is another team trying to continue to pick up assets. There are others that we can say, but it's kind of one of those things where, especially because Gladstone and Andrew already have connected that relationship as well.
Yeah, you mean the one where Gladstone gets de-pantsed every time they make a move?
I would not.
You mean that relationship?
I would not hate de-pantsing that
kind of some weird kink Gladstone has, where he just likes when the Browns take him to the cleaners in every trade.
Yeah, humiliate me.
Hey, people have their kinks. It is what it is.
Hey, we don't kink shame.
Hey, Joe talking about the Steelers, by the way, being the perfect fit for a trade-up was interesting. Because that's never going to happen, and that sucks that that's the one team in a bad draft that is willing to move up, because it does seem like we are closing the door on more and more teams willing to move up to number 6.
You know, I'm just going to tell you. Andrew, if you really had a set on you, you'd trade with the Steelers. Now, you get fired if it doesn't work out. If they win the Super Bowl next year, oh, it's your ass. But if that thing's end up being like the number 8 pick and you time it right, all of a sudden the laser eyes are back. Pew, 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 pew. 216-474-0092 is trade down growing on you. And you want to double down? You double down in the trenches. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
7:20 on Afternoon Drive, NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Where's the fat man? John Fanta coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. The curling result. We can't win at curling. What can we do?
What happened? I tuned out when she said Olympics.
I think we lost to Latvia and Upper Georgia, but not Southern Georgia. It's the European Georgia. The other Georgia, as it's known.
I don't even know if that's a joke or if that's a real thing. Like, I don't know.
You don't know there's another Georgia?
No. I don't know if they just beat us in the Olympics or if that's just like a thing that I don't know. Because there's been some weird results with some weird countries winning all sorts of things. I feel like. I paid zero attention.
Ones?
I paid zero attention to the Olympics.
So which ones?
Well, you mentioned Australia being the what was it? Some skiing event?
The super ski, whatever
the super
they're called.
ski.
Yeah.
How is Australia the winner of that?
I don't know.
And that doesn't make sense at all. Like,
do they import a lot of like just big Norwegian and nobody calls them out because they can't understand Norwegians or Australians?
Can you just buy basically your Olympics? Like, and what I mean by that is like you get like the very best people in whatever sport it is, and then you're just like, well, we'll just pay you a bunch of money to come over here because we need a couple gold medals. And then they just like find Australian lineage somewhere with their ancestry, and then they get paid like $1 million to make sure that they get a gold.
Or do they do the exchange student bit just where we can like, hey, this one looks like he could really do some damage in the ski jump, so let's send him to like, Austria and give him a couple years there, apprenticeship, and just see if it takes, that kind of thing?
Something like that. I don't know. I mean, if you want it bad enough, I think you can do anything.
Had I gone for the 4th year at BG, I was actually going to go to Australia as an exchange student because there was a work program and you could go there. And I was very excited about it.
Yeah, you want to see the toilets go in reverse?
No, I was really interested in Australian women. It tracks, by the way. I'm horny. My wife is a beautiful blonde woman with blue eyes.
Yeah.
And occasionally she'll ask me if I'm having a good day. But I was all into it. And one of the tour guides was like, you just got to be real careful because they really like American men there. And they can, use you because American men are seen as big and virile. And so basically the idea that they would try and use me for my virility. And I remember being 21 and thinking, you're saying this like it's a bad thing. Like, I'll give it to any cute Australian that wants it. You want a kid? I'll give you a kid. I'm not coming back.
This is more proof that
one.
You were just never destined for college then. Because if you had this dangling, this carrot dangling, and you weren't able, you still failed out? That shouldn't have happened.
Well, no.
This would have been like the trip of all trips for you. This would have been set up for everything.
Yeah, but listen, one of two things happens. One, I populate half of Australia for the next 10 years and then come back to beat those child payments. Or two, I just drink myself and sex myself into a quick death. And the truth is, it's definitely both of those things.
I don't think it doesn't sound like a bad time or a bad outcome for yourself in any sort of way.
If you're going to go, that's the way you're going to go.
Yeah.
But Vanessa doesn't even understand what I gave up for.
No.
No.
A lot of commitment
I bring it up often. You don't know. I could have like 15 kids right now. Just a lot of good days for me in between. No.
And so now with that off the table, you have no desire to ever go to Australia, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, basically. It's a long flight. It's like a 15-hour flight. It's a long flight.
Yeah. Ozone's real thin there.
Yeah.
I got a little bit of a...
Is it the Bondi Beach they have? It's like, oh, that's going to be exciting.
All the massive bugs.
Sydney Opera House is a good time.
Wouldn't have stopped me 20 years ago.
You think all the bugs is going to be the...
Have you not seen like just the massive like bugs that they have over there?
I'm sure they have massive bugs there.
I saw a TikTok over the weekend of just a worm that literally hides beneath the sand that will attach to you, and it's like 2 feet long.
Don't tell Mac where worms live here in America.
Mac's going to be.
Wait, they're below the dirt? What are you talking about?
Mac's going to be. He's going to be army crawling.
I'm going to find it. I'm going to send it to you and enjoy the nightmares.
Oh, no, not below the sand. Where worms live underground in every place they live.
Mac is going to army crawl naked, hoping that worm just attaches itself. Oh, no!
Shut up. How did you get me?
Oh, dare to dream, buddy. Dare to dream.
Beach, just got him moving around.
I've been doing this for 15 miles. I was told there were 2 feet worms.
Oh, no, it's a surprise. I get why you don't like us.
Hey, Crocky, why'd you come in, Mac? I came here for the worms. We got another one.
He shows up like, where's the worm expedition?
Is there like a better chance on this beach or this beach?
I just want to know. I want to know to avoid them. I don't want to have them accidentally bite anything. I just want to avoid them.
Now, there's real no transition here.
No.
So Daniel Jeremiah came out with Mock Draft 2.0. And I am on the side of, if you're going to err on the side of doubling up on offensive linemen in the first round or wide receivers, give me offensive linemen. He had Spencer Fano, right tackle out of Utah at 6, and then Monroe Freeling of Georgia at 24. Mm-hmm. You would not upset me in any way if this was your attack.
No, me neither. I mean, the whole goal is offensive line, wide receivers. Give me either of those, and I'm going to be happy about this. So if this is the route that they go, then I'm going to be thrilled.
I do think there would be a big swath of Clevelanders that would be waiting from the end of the first round to the beginning of pick 39 with just absolute holding their breath. Dear God, what are you going to do here?
Yeah.
And I do think for some people it would become wide receiver or bust at 39.
I think it will be. I think people are going to look at, like, for instance, what the Bears did last draft. We've talked a lot about how they attacked on the inside with the offensive line, and they went guard, center guard, and everything. But what did they do in the draft? You went Loveland, tight end, and then Luther Burden in the second round, wide receiver. Both have paid off dividends. I think people are looking for that. They want to, offensive line isn't the sexiest thing in the world for a lot of these fans. They want wide receivers. They want guys that are going to make the quarterback better. So there will definitely be people that think that way.
And so while we have that, and something we can discuss more as the show goes on, ESPN, of their top 50 free agent fits, they only, technically they did have Joe Bitonio at 42. That doesn't, it does fill a spot. He'd be your left guard next year, and that would, you'd be able to manipulate the cap further. There's actually some reasons why, that would be something to be lauded. But the interesting one was at 8. Their number 8 free agent, they have the Browns as the best fit for Rasheed Walker, Green Bay's left tackle, which had a lot of people up in arms given that, Green Bay doesn't really have a guy to replace him with yet.
Yeah, and they probably just pay him money and then let that be something that exists. But I guess in these articles, you get to just not think about what the Packers would do in this equation?
I suppose if Rasheed Walker's going to get $20 million a year, and that seems to be around the price, $20 to $25 million a year, I can understand if Green Bay goes, well, we love him, but we don't think he's worth that to us where we are in our build. That would make
the Browns,
sense.
By the way, if you're the Browns, you have to be comfortable with overpaying for these guys.
Yeah.
Well, that's your only hook right now is overpaying and giving them more money than they could ever dream of, and something their team right now will not do.
And it's interesting because Walker's had a really interesting career. He was a 7th rounder. There were a couple times where they kind of had full starts to him starting, and then he kind of has solidified over the last 2 years his place as a left tackle. But it's funny, when I watch him, I don't see a great left tackle. I see a good left tackle, like a very serviceable, and at 26 years old, serviceable left tackles do not hit the open market. And so if the Browns watch him and think, well, we think he's good now, but we think there still might be some ascension to him.
Yeah.
I can understand. You should take that risk because it's harder. It's so rare that quality tackles 26 and under ever hit the market. But I do think kind of like taking the 10th pick on Jed Wills and him not working out, being an average left tackle, versus you taking him with the 45th pick in the draft. Money does matter. Money versus production is a big thing, and it all works out if you have a good offensive line and you're winning games. It's interesting. I think Rasheed Walker would be a risk for the Browns, some level of a risk for the Browns, And I think the Browns will be at a bit of a risk for him as well.
Yeah, but this is the type of thing where, again, as you mentioned, like you're not going to have a lot of these type of guys pop up, and so if they're out there, you have to overpay. We have no other leverage in this scenario, and they're going to have to be not only comfortable overpaying, but comfortable with the idea that you can't just get everything through the draft this year. You have to do other things.
Yeah, it's tough because this isn't a particularly great year of tackles, and the best tackles in this draft are right tackles, and you already do have a guy that I agree with everyone saying you can't risk the whole season on DeJuan Jones.
Yeah, he gets injured too often.
But there's a path where they have him as the penciled in at right tackle, and then they bring in a decent swing tackle as kind of the ultimate salve, as a fail-safe for both your right and left tackle.
That would make some sense. Because you can't bet that heavy on DeJuan is the problem at this point.
But you can still bet a little bit.
You have to bet a little bit, but you can't bet everything on him because he just hasn't been able to showcase he can be healthy.
Because the injuries are a real thing, but the upside is real. And that's the struggle of like Spencer Fano at 6 for me is like, all right, let's say DeJuan actually does it, and then I've got 2 premier talent right tackles. You're then going to, at some point, deal or let DeJuan go off in free agency, and I'm going to watch him go be just as good, if not better, than Spencer Fano.
Have we given up on the DeJuan at left tackle thing?
That's a good it just didn't work out. Like, he wasn't good when he did it, and then like the whole point on that is you just can't give up. Like, you need probably 16 to 2 full seasons, right? To really know if he can make the switch or not. At the same point, you could just get 5 games in and go, it's just not working, right? Like, so it's such a murky situation to then add on top of the fact that he clearly can't stay healthy either.
I do think that, you asked a question earlier. It's like, would fans get mad about the idea of you not taking a wide receiver? And yeah, the answer is always going to be yes to that. But I do think there would be more of an understanding this year than ever before, just based off the idea that you can't have worse offensive line play than what we saw this last season. And I think Browns fans got really comfortable, and almost too comfortable with the idea that you were always going to have somewhat of a decent offensive line. And the past couple of years have really tested that out. Because for so many years, we did have a really good to sometimes even great offensive line. And you just get reminded how hard it is to do football when you don't have a good one.
216-474-009, Daniel Jeremiah, 0092. Daniel Jeremiah has a 2-tackle first-round mock for the Browns, and ESPN labels them as the best fit for left tackle Rasheed Walker in Green Bay. What is the best way to rebuild the offensive line, and are you opposed or unopposed to the 2-tackle first round? We'll talk with John Fanta about some hog mollies, some Cavs hype in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's
beat Denmark 10-3, and in men's speed skating team pursuit, the U.S. team won the silver. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
John Fanta now coming up in about 20 minutes as we had a little shoot around go long, so we'll talk to him in about 20 minutes. But I can tell you, I was one of the Clevelanders that when I saw the NFL.com's cut-down list of potential cap casualties, when I saw Denzel Ward's name, and it's not just the name, the description of Denzel Ward from NFL.com, I did not handle it well, and the best thing I can say is I didn't end up mocking that guy on social media, which I thought was nice.
You probably should have. I think he needs more shame in his life.
I mean, there's just the fact that he's got a $38 million dead cap hit, and I'm pretty sure the Browns post-June 1 roster cuts are already decided.
Yeah, this could be like a Lindsey Rhodes situation where all of a sudden she learns in discussing Myles Garrett just how fanatical the Browns are and Browns fans are. It's like, I didn't realize this many people cared about Denzel Ward. Yeah, we do. We care about Denzel Ward.
Yeah, and it's not just, listen, Denzel's not untouchable. He's a 29-year-old corner, and I do think we're in the offseason where the Browns have to really start thinking, is this a restructure? Are we maybe going to sign him to a short extension? Or, are we more open in a quarterback, say, limited offseason?
Yeah.
In both the draft and in kind of free agency and trade, are we more willing to listen to things for Denzel than maybe we were Myles a year ago? I don't know what that answer is. But if Denzel isn't here and the Browns just cut him, or they let's say, you and I said first rounder earlier, but let's say it's a fourth rounder, I'd be pretty pissed. That feels like a hill you don't have to die on this year.
Yeah, my instant thought on all this was, it's odd. It wasn't necessarily like, whoa, Denzel Ward this is something we should even be considering. It was, how deep are the Browns going to go in trying to make sure the offensive side of the ball gets better?
Yeah.
And so, like, if you got to save, let's say, what is it, $32 million? I think $32.9 million cap hit. If you got to move that money to, let's say, all of a sudden you get Malik Willis, is that the type of thing that Browns fans would be all right with? If you can so easily and cleanly say, well, we didn't have the money for Malik prior, but now getting rid of Denzel Ward, we do.
I don't want to speak for all Browns fans because I think they might be more inclined to do the Malik Willis thing than maybe a longer term play. To me, it would be the opposite. Like, I think the flaw of this year is if it's bad but not bad enough, you end up with a 12th pick in a 3-quarterback draft without the extra first rounder to trade up like you have this year. So to me, I'm almost like, if you can get a smaller pick this year and then somebody's 2027 first, all of a sudden I'm much more interested. I'd still probably say no because he's Denzel and he's a franchise player and he's been that. But at least then it's okay. If no matter how this goes, I have another asset to move up next year to try and get that quarterback.
Yeah, like in the article, he says, it might make sense as Cleveland looks to the future under new head coach Todd Monken. And it just makes me kind of wonder if we're going to do this transitional phase where we go from being such a great defensive team to now trying to be some sort of great offensive team where we don't even have the quarterback, by the way, is part of that making really tough decisions on the defensive side of the ball.
I do, but I think everything is it's the at what cost.
Yeah, and that's kind of the fun part of this offseason, right? It's like, can you get, I'm going to bring another Malik into play here, but like, what do you do with Malik Collins? Is he going to be able to re-sign, or does that money that went to him last offseason, is that now allocated out to some part of the offensive side of the ball?
And he's, I think, 2 years older than Denzel, which then complicates the factor. I just come back to this. I hated everything about the piece on NFL Network, or NFL.com. He even described Denzel as a declining player. Listen, if you want to say Denzel's had health issues and that complicates his potential, okay, I'm not going to fight you on it. Denzel has had health issues in his career. To say that the man has lost a step I don't know you're watching the tape.
Yeah.
I mean, that dude is still a really, and this is what kills me. This is what surprised me about it, rather. I don't think in town we've ever given Denzel full credit for just how stinking good he is. You know, like, I mean, we've got NFL receivers like Jamar Chase, like Justin Jefferson, like elite receivers saying, man, that's a top 5. I don't want to face that son of a gun again.
For sure, yeah.
And they've said it as recently as this year. And so, like, those are guys, those guys know ball. And guys who cover those guys, like Baldy's always been very complimentary of Denzel Ward. I think it's the concussions. I think it's the injuries.
Well, the concussions, I think people turn him into like Tua all of a sudden, and is adamant. And it's weird how we're looking at this because we know about the concussions, and everyone in the NFL knows about the concussions. And he does. He misses, I don't know, a random 2 or 3 games in any given season. But it's odd because we just don't take the same approach that, let's say, teams do when they're talking about Tua with his concussions.
But I just don't understand in town. Like, again, like I view Denzel and Miles on a similar level. I know Miles is the better player, but what I mean by that is their legacy. It's understandable that to some degree their legacy is complicated. That there's just not enough. There's not enough winning in either of their backgrounds. At the same point, if you just say it, like, just watch the guy play. There seems to be a gap for Browns fans, and maybe it's because he's from down the road. Maybe it's because I've just watched him. Anytime he's on the field, he's been really good.
Yeah.
I can't figure out the gap between us as Browns fans and how real dogs in the NFL talk about Denzel.
Well, they give him the respect that he's a top 5 corner in the league, and so I'm trying to figure it out.
I don't think we do.
Well,
I think we talk him as a very good corner, but
yeah.
Even
why is so many people not wearing his jerseys on Sundays? Let's put it that way. Like why does it feel like the fans for a stretch there like David Njoku just as much as Denzel Ward? When Denzel Ward's accomplishments is 10 times the amount that David Njoku's done.
And I can understand injuries to some point, but not. I mean, local kid. Hell of an Ohio State star. Like, he's just so stinking good at this. And again, like, there is that to some degree, or has been to some degree with Miles. We've had complicated. This town we used to stand for like Orpheus Roy, really good player, but not the best in the division type player.
Yeah.
We've stand for really good football players because they just played hard and we loved them. I've never doubted. Whereas Miles' engine coming out of Texas A&M was a big doubt. And I think around Cleveland, it was a doubt for a minute, right? And then obviously he took off and he's Myles Garrett and whatever. I've never doubted the want of Denzel Ward.
No, I think Miles came with way more conversation off the field. Denzel doesn't do any of that. That's what makes it so surprising because he should be treated almost like a Nick Chubb type where it just feels like he just puts his head down, does everything you're supposed to do in life, and should get rewarded for doing that. He just doesn't for some reason. I'm not really sure why.
So I think to the bigger conversation, which is how far will the Browns go to make the offense better? To me, it's all relative. Like, each move kind of exists on its own. So, like, I don't want to trade Denzel. But I understand, like, if you could re-sign MJ Emerson to a doable deal for the next 2 to 3 years while saving money on Denzel and then getting an asset for 2027 or 2, while also being able to then put some of the financial stuff towards this year's team, like, that's a lot. Like, you save money for now, so you can use it in free agency on quarterback or the offensive line or wide receiver. So that's a win. You get maybe an asset for this year and a better asset for 2027, which might get you one step closer to your quarterback or multiple steps towards your quarterback. And you there will be a drop between Denzel and MJ, but you still have 2 starting caliber cornerbacks on the team. So I understand all of that. So that's to me the best of both worlds, where we can use this to now make the offense better over the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Even if it means the defense under Rudy is going to take a step back.
And again, this is like a really interesting part about this offseason. Like, how aggressive are they going to be? Because you don't get it all. You don't get to all of a sudden just go out there and, let's say, even make a trade for an A.J. Brown without taking some sacrifices to the defensive side of the ball. You don't get everything. And if you're going to make all these changes to the offensive line, bring in a premier wide receiver, like, somebody of substance is going to have to exit this team.
But if you only, and I do mean only, gain that cap flexibility or whatever it is by cutting Denzel, this is not a Tyreek Hill situation. This is not a Bradley Chubb situation. This is still, I mean, to me, this is Joe Hayden in 2017, 2018. Like, I'm not saying it's unforgivable, but because I actually think Denzel's better than Joe.
They would be doing is we got 2 years on Denzel. We're trying to get value out of Denzel, and they just think over the next 2 years they're not going to be very competitive, is what they'd be telling you, while also telling you that that they're trying to get their house in order on the other side.
But you can get that via trade. You cannot get that in a cap cut situation. You just can't. And it's interesting. Again,
you seem open to the trade though.
Open, yes, but I'm still probably leaning toward I
would bet most Browns fans are just closed, don't even want to do the conversation about him even being traded.
Oh, I bet you if we said right now definitively there's an offer that gets you a third rounder this year and a 2027 first rounder, I think there'd be more people more open than I am right now.
Really?
Like, that's where the conversation probably starts for me. And again, like, how much money are they eating? What
am I talking about? There were people that were lining up to trade Myles Garrett. So, there's always going to be people that if you throw a first-round pick and dangle that carrot in front of them, they're going to be interested.
Now, I think some of those people are the people that were outraged at NFL.com today. But yeah, I think 2027 first-rounders turning out to be liquid cocaine for people. Mm-hmm. And there's just not too many ways that you could get a 2027 first-rounder, even one that looks like it's going to be the 27th, 28th, 29th pick, that wouldn't make people happy if you can then sell, hey, we re-signed MJ Emerson, and with the rest of the savings, we brought in Rasheed Walker, or we brought in Tyler Linderbaum.
Yeah, these are going to be the hard questions they have to ask themselves, though. I think it's interesting to think about because we have not done enough with the Denzel Ward discussion while consistently being one of our highest paid players and one of our best players on top of it.
Ironically, I would not want to use that money to overpay for Malik Willis. Again, like a 2-year, $10 million, 2-year, $15 million deal for Malik is still kind of pushing it, but I get it. I would understand it, but 2-year 20, 2-year 30, 2-year 40.
So that is the hard part about the Malik Willis conversation is that you're already paying $45 million to Deshaun Watson. How much are you going to put towards the quarterback room? That's where if you get out of a Denzel Ward deal, it just opens you up to be able to spend in that spot.
I just continue to come back to being very surprised. And again, it's not like Denzel. I'm not trying to paint it like Denzel doesn't have some love here or doesn't have, that there isn't an appreciation for him. Mm-hmm. But it's still just both Denzel and Myles at certain parts of their career. There's been more love around the NFL for them than there has been in Cleveland. And that's just not like the Cleveland I grew up at, where almost across the board, we turned 8s into 10s and 6 into 8s and 6 into 7s.
8, 9. So where's the disrespect? Or I shouldn't say disrespect, but where does the lack of love come from for Denzel? Because most of the time across the NFL, and this is why we talked about draft compensation earlier and what you get back for him. Jalen Ramsey's been traded for multiple firsts twice in his career. Sauce Gardner last year, 2 firsts and a good wide receiver. You get value for these guys in the NFL. You just do. Highly successful All-Pro, Pro Bowl cornerbacks get treated as if they're worth their weight in gold. They're awesome. And for some reason, it just doesn't feel like we're treating it that way.
I think one is he gets overshadowed by Myles. I think that's a part of it. Because Myles puts up gaudy stats. And
do we just take Denzel for granted? Is that it?
Well, and then I think the other thing is, I think at some point, the fans decided, because of the injuries, that Denzel wasn't worth what he's getting paid, and he just hasn't had a moment to prove how well that contract has aged.
He's missed 3 games the past 2 years. Everyone acts like he's a constantly injured. And I've said off the front of it, he's going to miss a couple games every single year. That's kind of the deal. But the past couple years, he's been way healthier than what we've seen. It might be the concussions that are part of the story. It's just interesting how we talk about Denzel.
NFL.com calls Denzel one of the cut candidates in the NFL. How far will the Browns go to make the offense better? Would that be at the expense of trading Denzel, and would you be okay with it? John Fanta, NBC Sports, joins us in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Catch the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Rodgers. They recap all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Offseason Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Albert Bria coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll talk to him about Rudy. We got a new DC in town, and people got takes. Was this a Todd Monken hire, and does it matter if it wasn't? Oh, yeah, NBA All-Star Weekend has come and gone. I'm relieved, rather. But we've got about 27 regular season games left for the Cavaliers. Oh, yeah, Gardo's in spring training, and that means it's a perfect time to bring on one of our favorites to talk to every single week. It's the man, the myth, the legend, Cleveland's own John Fanta of NBC Sports on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. What's up, buddy? Welcome back to the show.
What is happening, guys? Great to be with you. Checking in from East Lansing ahead of Michigan State and UCLA tonight.
Well, East Lansing's a beautiful town. Used to live there for a year. It does get mighty cold in the winter, though. So are you at least enjoying this fake spring that we have right now, or is it typical February Lansing, you're freezing your you-know-what's off?
I couldn't believe it. I could not believe how nice the weather was for this time of year. We're going to soak it in. We're going to enjoy it. It does that little hint of spring. I love hearing Gardos because that means it's on the way, fellas. That means that baseball is not too far away, and I liked reading Zach Meisel's tweet that said Stephen Vogt did talk to his clubhouse today, and despite ownership spending the very little that they spend, I'm glad that Stephen Vogt told the guys we're here for one reason, and that's to win a World Series. That's the spirit I like in Cleveland on a Tuesday afternoon.
Well, we'll get to the Cavs in a second, but since you led there with the Gardos, I will say there's doing nothing in the offseason, and then there's doing whatever they did this last offseason. I will ask you, Vegas's current win total is 79.5 wins. Is this the year the Guardians hit the under on wins?
No. I've got them hitting the over on that. I am not down on this ball club, especially with what they fought through last year. And I look at some of the talent, and I think that Chase DeLauder and C.J. Kathis are poised to only continue to get better. And I think that this pitching staff is still going to be one of the better pitching staffs in baseball. And when you have that in place, you're going to be in a lot of games, and you have a chance to go on a winning streak at some point. So at the end of the day, you've got Gavin Williams, Tanner Bybee, Slade Ciccone, Logan Allen, Joey Cantillo. And then in that bullpen, they were able to bolster it with some guys, but provided that Cade Smith and Hunter Gaddis can continue to be doing what they're doing, it's been unreal, the level that they've performed at and that they can perform at. Pitching keeps you in it. It gets that over total. Now, do I have them in the American League Championship Series? I don't. Do I think that they are falsely, do I think that they're too aggressively saying, the kids, I think they should have gotten a veteran bat, and that was a miss by them. But I still think it's a good ball club, and I think that over will hit.
All right, let me ask you about a Browns one before we get to the Cavs. They're hiring Mike Rutenberg as the defensive coordinator. Does it matter that this doesn't feel like a Todd Monken hire?
Yeah, it matters to me, guys, because I want the coach of the team to be able to make the staff. I mean, like that's something that matters to me, and it should matter to Todd Monken, and I would hope that it would matter to both of you. I haven't heard your stance on it, but I just want uniformity. I want organization. I think every Browns fan, all we want to do is win. But like, if that wasn't his hire, and if it's sort of if it's not his guy and it's an Andrew Berry picked or somebody else picked guy, I just past evidence would show us how it ends. So I sure hope it was. At the end of the day, Rudenberg's judged on the defense that he designs, and it's going to be hard for it to be at the level that Jim Schwartz had it at. It's probably impossible for it to truly be at that level, but it does matter to me. It matters to me because Tom Monken's my coach, and I want the coordinators that he hires to be his guys. If they're not his guys, then I'll tell you what, to me, it makes it easier to play the blame game when things aren't going correctly.
Devil's advocate, because I don't disagree with what you're saying, but devil's advocate, the Eagles have a huge say, their front office does, in coaching staff, whether it was with Doug Peterson, Chip Kelly, certainly now Nick Sirianni. The two coaches have won the Super Bowl the last decade with them. And by the way, it's not the only front office that has a heavy say in personnel. It's just it's the Browns, so we naturally look at this and go, there's not enough success. That's a problem.
Has the front office earned the benefit of the doubt for you to trust people that they're hiring?
No, and that's fair, but I think Clevelanders will take on the only in Cleveland mentality when this is, I don't want to say fair practice, but I would say a significant amount of the NFL front offices have a say in the coaching staff.
I agree with that, Nick. And I also don't only include, to divide there. Like, we don't have to go total extreme. I know that gets clicks and engagement and all that, but let's be rational here. Could the hire work out? Sure. And then it doesn't matter who it was that hired him, or at least it shouldn't matter. But yeah, it's not an only in Cleveland thing. I think it goes back. It underscores the Browns' dilemma now. And the Browns' dilemma is that the coach and the general manager are from, on paper, they're from different regimes. And, there's a world where, I'm saying to myself, what do these guys have aligned? Does Monken embrace the analytics like an Andrew Berry does? And are they going to be aligned in their thinking? And there's history. That's not just the Browns. There's history in the National Football League that says when a GM stays on, but then a coach is brought in, typically they're not both going to be escorted out next time together. The GM is the next guy that could be walking, and the coach could use him as a scapegoat. So, I hope that doesn't happen. I hope it doesn't have to happen. I hope that this all works out. But the Browns are not the only case of this in the NFL. This is a constant thing, and there's a lot of franchises in the NFL that playing advocate here. There's a lot of franchises in the NFL that right now have an unknown identity and that don't know exactly where they're going. Like the Browns. The Browns are not alone in that either. Look at the amount of job shifting that there was in the National Football League. I don't think that's going to just go away. A third of the league had coaching changes, and that's the part of it where you do have to take a step back and say whether Rudenberg is Monken's or not. You hope it works out, but the Browns are not alone in this trying to find a new identity as an organization phase, and that identity starts with what they do at the quarterback position in this offseason.
All right, John, in the NBA, did you like the All-Star game changes this past weekend?
I did like it. I liked it. I thought that there was more effort. I thought that the first three games delivered some good drama. And Victor Wembanyama's changing the NBA. He has swagger. He is not liked by certain other players, and he doesn't give a you-know-what. He does not care. And when the NBA's been at its best, there's a villain. I mean, I like Wemby. He's not a villain in my mind. I think he's changing the league. But I think he's a villain in other players' minds, and he's getting those guys to care. And you watched the other night, and he and Kawhi Leonard, they set the tone, and then Anthony Edwards wins the MVP. The league needs its younger stars to blossom and have some personality. I often laugh when, Anthony Edwards has gotten criticized when he's been mad or something, or when he gets ticked off or whatnot. Since when is getting angry or stuff or getting been a bad thing in sports? Over the weekend, you guys might have seen it. There was a huge fight in the Providence-St. John's game, and everybody was in that moment. People were talking about it. The NBA needs that. The NBA needs some bad boy to it. It really does. It needed the shift at the trade deadline. The Cavs are certainly more relevant now as a result of that trade. But the play on the court's got to be better. The USA versus the world thing did inject some of that. Sports is better when you're fighting for your country, and I felt that on Sunday a little bit. Was it otherworldly, extraordinary, the greatest thing we've ever seen? No, I'm not saying that. But it was better than the other stuff that we've seen in recent years in the All-Star Game. The All-Star Game was well off my sports map. This past Sunday, I gave it a watch, and I like what I saw.
All right, John, this is a quick question because I want to still have one more question about LeBron and returning. But can we all agree that Duncan Powell's haircut is a ass clown haircut?
Oh, I couldn't get away with that. I mean, that is.
He's not getting away with it. He looks like a chotch. No one looks at that haircut and says, "This is hot." Make me like this. That no one.
Well, Nick, you don't. But I mean, I would hope you don't look at that haircut. But I mean, are you saying that? Come on, the man could get a girlfriend somewhere at some. I'm sure.
Yeah, he's got money.
Well, he's got to wear a hat too, maybe.
Yeah. It's not a girlfriend if you have to pay, John.
I don't hate John. I don't hate the idea of him going hard on the goatee to make up for the idea that he basically just was bald, but then this I don't even know what to call this hair on the back part.
It's a monk haircut. Like it's not the traditional
you're
bowl.
a friar. If you're a friar, for instance, you got it wrapped all the way around.
But I've seen monks with just the back patch there, the reverse Hitler, as it were. I've seen that.
Ooh, I don't know anyone calls it that. That's also really bad branding.
I'm going to leave you on the island there. Ash Wednesday's tomorrow, by the way.
Are we?
It's a really objectively ugly haircut. I mean, the type we haven't seen since Mac went to Kim Jong Un.
It's an awful haircut.
Have you heard that Mac is rocking the Kim Jong Un?
I have things I never thought I would hear is Mac Robinson and Kim Jong Un in the same sentence.
Many people have said same guy.
I have not.
I actually thought we'd exclusively hear that connection. So that's funny that you don't think that.
It's Mac Jong-un Robinson on the Fan.
He is the supreme leader. All right, real quick before we go, are we at a point where if LeBron doesn't come home this summer, it'll be a massive disappointment?
Yeah, why not? I want the last dance. I don't know about you two. I want the last dance, guys. Like, it belongs in Cleveland. Give me the Hollywood. Give me the cameras. Give me the impossible to get to a Cavs game or, out the wazoo pricing. Give it all to me. Like, let's see the show. Let's see the national TV every single night and one more dance. And it's him and it's Donovan and it's Harden and it's Mobley. And I want this Hollywood 4 in Cleveland, Ohio going for a title. And, I would say if not then when for the Cavaliers to go on that run through the East and, have a magical end to LeBron James's career. Health provided, knock on wood, but I can't think of a better combo in Cleveland and Donovan Mitchell, who wears it on his sleeve, and he's going to score, 25 plus a game with that core, if not 30 a game. And LeBron James, who we know cares about Northeast Ohio immensely and is given back to the community. Let him end his career where he started it. We need the return, one final dance. We need the documentary to be epic. It has to end with this, a trip back to Cleveland, Ohio. He deserves to be playing his last basketball in Cleveland. We deserve it as fans. It would be outstanding for the National Basketball Association, and I think it'd be outstanding for Cleveland, Ohio. So to answer your question, yes. A resounding yes.
Might just have to change the Last Dance branding a little bit there. And okay,
that one's already been taken,
in the
John.
name of branding, I get you didn't like reverse Hitler. What about the backdoor Hitler?
I think all Hitler's off the table for someone as, reputable as Fanta.
That, exactly. I mean, sanitization here has to happen here, Wilson.
We can't say the name. We're going to censor ourselves.
I think in this instance, that's fine. Yeah.
You can get me on a horned up unicorn. You can't get me on this.
Couldn't even bring you to say the name. All right. John, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
You guys are special.
Darn right we are. John Fanta there, NBC Sports, Cleveland's own, on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. She's not supposed to ever say the name again?
I mean, you should teach it in classes and such. Sure. Okay. Yeah. But I don't know that we should just, be putting it towards random college basketball players and their haircut. Now, that's the type of haircut, though, as I pivot strongly away from that. No. It's almost like an Anthony Davis type move where when he got the unibrow, it's like, that's going to be your branding. You can't move off of it. It's James Harden in the beard. Once you have the beard, it's set. That's your branding. That's what you are. That's one of the ugliest haircuts I've ever seen.
It's not good. And he knows it's not good. And the fact that he knows it's not good and still does it means he's trying too hard to be different. And I don't care for it. Not one bit. The Lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Major League Baseball's offseason problem just got 10 times bigger today.
5, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code PARK, P-A-R-K, at 923thefan.com before 6 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Cleveland Auto Show. February 20th through March 1st at the IX Center. See the hottest new cars, trucks, and SUVs. Parking always free. Buy tickets at clevelandautoshow.com. It's all from the Cleveland Auto Show and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Albert Breer coming up in 20 minutes. Plenty of quarterback questions for him. We'll also get into the Rutenberg hire today. Big hire. A lot of debate about the name. But over the weekend, the February 16th was supposed to be the contract decision between Joel Bitonio and the Cleveland Browns. It came and went without any announcement. Well, now Jason Lloyd of The Athletic and here at 92.3 The Fan saying the Browns and Bitonio agreed to push the void date back on his contract until the end of the league year in March. According to a source, it gives Bitonio about 3 more weeks to decide his future, and the previous deadline was yesterday. So, is this delay because Joel is truly still uncertain on his 2026 decision, or does this just give the Browns and him more time to unveil how they want to go about his retirement?
No, I think this gives them. I think it gives him more time to think about what his actual decision is. Now, I mean, if it was me, I just don't take that long to make decisions. But I'm not in his spot. Once you decide to retire, that's it. You're done. And so it's an important decision. We know that in recent weeks he'd been thinking about coming back. He'd been telling people he'd been really considering coming back. And so I think the door is open. I think it's a good thing that they're extending it because it does give him that chance. And honestly, it's not a no right now, so that's a good thing too.
Yeah, I mean, I just want Joel to do whatever he wants. I would be just so happy if he came back because I just love watching the guy play football. And I think he's one of those guys that, you know, if he had played tackle, I think people might understand his greatness a little bit different. Guards in general are slept on a little bit around the NFL. I'm talking about around the NFL, not in Cleveland, because I think a lot of people got a lot of love for Joel. Obviously, him playing next year is big for the Browns in 2 reasons. One, you can finagle his contract going forward, which saves you a lot of cap money this year, which is good. And then 2, you have a left guard. You only have to replace 3 or 4 offensive starting linemen instead of all 5.
It's funny. It felt like last year he was just doing the Browns a favor. It's like, well, what are you doing this year? Oh, also the Browns a big favor. Okay, how about that? Like, this is the type of stuff that if he does do it, we have to not only Ring of Honor, which is already given to him, but we have to just seriously talk about Joe Bitonio for the legend that he is for helping out the Browns this way. All right, John Fanta, NBC Sports, joined us last segment. We asked him if it matters whether Mike Rutenberg was a Todd Monken hire or not.
Yeah, it matters to me, guys. I want the coach of the team to be able to make the staff. If it's not his guy and it's an Andrew Berry picked or somebody else picked guy, past evidence would show us how it's head. So I sure hope it was. At the end of the day, Rutenberg's judged on the defense that he designs, and you know it's going to be hard for it to be at the level that Jim Schwartz had it at. It's probably impossible for it to truly be at that level. But it does matter to me. It matters to me because Tom Monken's my coach, and I want the coordinators that he hires to be his guys. You know, if they're not his guys, then I'll tell you what, to me, it makes it easier to play the blame game when things aren't going correctly.
Yeah, I'm torn on this because on one hand, I hear what John is saying. And specifically, one of the things I think hurt them with how people felt about Stefanski and his time here in Cleveland was that not only does the owner meddle, but it sure seems like the front office meddles as well.
Yeah.
And so now this would appear to be more of that same thing that got you from championship window when they took over, or at least after that first year, into 8 wins in 2 years. The only thing that I push back on, because it matters, it does, because it gives you a window of the power that Todd Monken has here, the same way it did with Kevin Stefanski. And it's not like the front office has some great track record. I will tell you, people think coaches, this is not 2005. And the power structure in the NFL much like in baseball, where it's now all of a sudden the manager has never been less important in the eyes of many.
Correct, yeah.
I don't know we're there yet with NFL coaches, but NFL coaches now have probably half the power they had 20 years ago.
Yeah, and I think part of what made this and then all the other hires this offseason so interesting is that you can see the through line for why they got hired and got the jobs to begin with anyway. And it's not too dissimilar to what Kevin Stefanski had here in general. Todd Monken gets hired not because he was the last one standing, but like for the same reasons that Grant Udinski or Nate Scheelhaus would have got hired as well, in that Andrew Berry clearly likes to have his hand in all of the decisions. And Jimmy Haslam the same way as well. And so, like, this is just part of it. And it'll be interesting to see if Monken, as we move further and further along, stays with what Stefanski had, where he never really got any power, even after 6 years, never really got any power, or if he starts to develop some power of his own.
So we talked about this earlier. I'm going to kind of wrap up the next two here, or the next one as well with this. Do you like the Rutenberg hire?
I mean, how do I say I like it? I don't hate it, but it's just I just don't know anything about him outside of his sprint football that he played at Cornell, which is not real football, and the idea that he seems like he's a high energy guy that they once nicknamed Rudy. Okay, congratulations. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I kind of made this point early in the show, but there are a lot of people that had a lot of really aggressive arguments about this hire, and I can tell you things that I understand about it. I think they're trying to copy the Seahawks formula on it. With Aden Dirty, where, okay, this is the based offense, but we do a lot of different variations of it. I think that's where they're trying to go here, as opposed to just strictly a pure wide nine. And that makes sense with their interest in Seattle's dynamic. And right now, I think people are trying to copy the Seahawks. And then he kind of fits the mold of what the front office likes as a coach. On the negative side, he doesn't have any experience as a defensive coordinator. And, it is a significant risk to meddle with something that's worked to the degree it is.
Yeah, what I would say is I do like his experience with linebackers, though. Like everyone that you read it, or everything you read about it, him with C.J. Mosley and some of that was like, it should be good for Schlesinger from that side of things.
But overall, this feels okay, we'll see. Yeah. I think the bigger thing that we should be talking about,
who knows?
I think the bigger thing we should be talking about is how Todd Monken has just not gotten anybody of experience at a coordinator spot along the way, and I think that's really interesting. I don't know it's definitively bad. I just think it's interesting.
I mean, what did he do? He just poached a lot of Ravens guys and then got guys like Rudinsky that I don't think he came up with his own name anyway. So it's that part has been really fascinating, to be honest.
Hey, we can cost Kevin Stefanski something. Joe Varden. I don't know why I said it like that.
Varden?
Joe Varden of The Athletic was on with the Morning Boys today, and he was asked about the rest of the league's reaction to the Cavs trading for James Harden.
I would have to say, from a basketball discussion, they were among the darlings of the weekend. I mean, the league has taken notice what happened here, and everybody's noticed that the Cavs have looked as they've looked with James and what's gone on with Jarrett Allen, and lots of reason for optimism. And Mobley is ready to come back. He's doing great. So they're about to be ready to go there with two bigs. And also James being 6'5" and doing all the things he can do. So, again, basketball-wise, a lot of people are talking about this. And then with the LeBron factor always being what it is, that just kind of keeps the Cavs in the discussion even more.
I do think the 3 games the Cavs played, such a tiny amount of games, but the 3 they did play with Harden did help some of the excitement around All-Star Game weekend being around the Cavs, because it instantly looked like, oh, that's why they made that trade. That's why they made that deal. It didn't validate it completely, but it did help that.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny. Like, I don't really have a problem with Cavs fans vibing about this, but they were the buzz of All-Star weekend. Okay. Like, you know as well as I do, if the Cavs top out again in the second round and there's any doubt that Harden's going to re-sign, the same guys that are touting buzz today are the same ones that'll be just ripping the Cavs a new one.
Yeah, well, the buzz is also meaningless, too. I just think the NBA trying to infuse new storylines at this point becomes really tough. Like, I saw somebody earlier today discussing, like, their top storyline the rest of the way for the NBA regular season. It's like, well, is Jason Tatum going to come back and give the Celtics a chance to get to the NBA Finals? And it's like you're trying to find something new, and the Cavs did something that not only was incredibly new, but incredibly exciting as well. And so, of course, they're going to be the talk of the town that weekend. Of course they are.
I'm glad you said the buzz is meaningless, because that's really, it's not, oh, don't be excited. It's more like the NBA's more often not wrong about this kind of stuff. They just like new.
They just like new, yeah, and that's fine.
And I'm not here to amuse the rest of the NBA. Albert Breer of the MMQB joins us in 5 minutes. We'll talk why Rutenberg and whether this is a Todd Monken hire or not, Joel Bitonio's decision, and a lot of NFL substance in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, working to get Albert Breer here. So if you guys haven't been paying attention to the MLB Player Association Executive Director, Tony Clark, he resigned today.
Yeah.
And a lot of people thought it's because he stole some money or maybe embezzled some money. Nope. Turns out
that was my first thought, by the way.
By the way,
he's being investigated for stealing, millions in basically robbing kids is the idea.
Yeah. Which, again, not good. I'll say.
Not great. About $4 million.
I'm not pro that. I'm anti
Giving
that.
jobs to only family members while also having these events, or supposed to be events for, supporting kids baseball, using MLBPA money to do so, and then not really ever throwing events.
I would say that's unethical, but I'm going to go on a limb. A lot of guys aren't going to say that.
I kind of thought that would be the reason why you get fired.
Yeah.
You're telling me it's for something else.
It's an internal investigation revealed he had an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law, who had been hired by the union in 2023, according to Jeff Passan. And none of it's good.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to play this into one's better than the other.
Okay, but you want me to choose which is the best situation
I do
here.
want a distinction between, was she your brother's wife, your sister's wife, or your wife's brother's wife?
Or... you could also throw the in-laws in there, too. Like, I have a sister-in-law that's my brother-in-law's wife. That's a sister-in-law.
That's what I was going for.
Okay, yeah. So, all right, I need to know where you stand on the front of this, of which one is the worst.
Well, from a just me and my sibling standpoint.
Yeah, I think your siblings...
Because here's the thing.
Also, like, blood is supposed to be something that's, like, thicker than water, right? It's supposed to be to the end of time.
And being
all
brothers should mean something.
It should mean something.
Like for instance, if you do this to your wife's sister or somebody on your wife's side, you're going to get divorced. So that's going to take care of itself with a little bit of distance.
I would think you get divorced in any of these scenarios.
You can't run from it if it's your brother. Like that.
Well, yeah, you can. Then you just no longer have a relationship with your brother anymore.
Which I think is the like. Okay,
I think you probably
don't
have a relationship with whoever you did this to anyway.
Like, I just don't know, man.
Imagine being the person that forgives somebody for doing this to you.
Oh, well, I get it. Like what?
Yeah, I do understand. She's got a lot of appeals to herself. There's a reason why I married her.
She is my wife.
I understand why you got
baddie.
here. Yeah, just imagine thinking that you could do this and get away with this. If anything, it's the type of gumption that the MLBPA needs.
But yet,
we're missing a good one now.
Tony Clark hasn't shown that gumption.
I know.
As executive director.
In 13 years, where was this type of action?
If he had shown
you talk about alpha moves. This is about as alpha as it gets. I'm gonna take my in-law. What? This is wild. You can't even say it out loud without sounding like a maniac.
Well, that's why when I was like, which one's worse? I felt like a maniac asking that question. I just think.
There aren't many things in life where when it happens, and you got to think about the repercussions to everything you do in life. But you're like, if I get caught doing this, I don't know what island I go to, but I can no longer live here. I have to be off the reservation. My family members will think I died in a car accident. Is how they'll view me the rest of my life, as if I just don't exist to them anymore.
My biological father was a bit of a serial fornicator and habitual line stepper, and I think this might have been even too much for him. I think this might have been beyond the pale for a guy that had a nice little run in the 80s of just really getting out there in the community, really just showing the love.
Yeah, what this proves in many ways is there are levels to cheating.
Yeah, but I can't decide. None of it. I'll say this.
Because you can come back if you're just if you just cheat on your wife or whatever, there's a chance you come back from that. Not everybody gets to come back from that, but there's a chance you come back from that. There's no coming back from this line of cheating. Again, we're talking you go to an island.
That's got to be the worst. There's just no coming back from that.
You're excommunicated from your family. There's no family parties you get to go to. There's not. Now what you should do. All right, here's the advice, Tony Clark. This is what you do. You're under so much pressure because of the MLBPA, all this other stuff, right? Like you saw this big battle coming on December 1st, there's all this other stuff. and you just got really heavy into drugs and you didn't even know what was happening. You blacked out.
Are you
had
his
no
PR
idea.
firm?
Yeah, like if I was giving him advice, I would blame drugs. I would blame alcohol.
Yeah.
I would get into every
So you'd
program.
lie.
Yes, I would get into every program imaginable and blame it on every substance I possibly could, even if it's not even anywhere close to reality.
Don't we see past that in 2026?
It's hard. I mean, there's a lot of people walking among us that have addictions that you wouldn't even know. So like this would just be like
I'm addicted to my sister-in-law.
I'd be like, I'm sorry you didn't see the signs. It was all the hard drugs that made me do all this. Now the sister-in-law, she's got no excuse. Like she can't combat it and go with like, yeah, it was also the hard drugs. We didn't even think about the sister-in-law in this equation.
Oh my God.
I mean, she's just as bad.
By the way, inappropriate relationship could be just about anything.
How do you let this get out to passing?
I don't think there's hiding it. What do you mean? How do you let it get out?
It's
an internal investigation. I'm sure they just showed him a piece of paperwork that, like, look at this dirty dog.
I mean, I guess you get no request as you're being exited out the door, but it would be the type of thing that if I had any chance of keeping this a secret, I would want to keep this part of it the secret.
Hey, you let everyone know that I embezzled millions and stole money from kids, but the sister-in-law diddling, keep that on the DL.
I think I might even forego future money if I was Tony Clark in order to make sure that they didn't let this part of it out.
He doesn't have that kind of power. You know the other problem in this? Tony Clark is a unit. He is like 6'4", 250 pounds in his playing days, and I'm going to say he's a little bit heavier than that now. Good luck trying to get your revenge. You have fist fight the man, unless he's got like Jokic brothers, you know.
Yeah, we just don't know. We don't know who he did this to. If it's his actual brother, his brother's probably the same size as him, or at least close.
Do you got to let your to try and build that bridge? If you're Tony Clark,
wait,
do you let your brother take a swing at your wife?
You get one free punch? Oh, okay. You want to just
one night.
The wife has to agree to that too, though.
You tell me she would? Oh my God. This is a match made in spite heaven.
No, now it just gets sad is all this is. the
I'm
two
not
of them,
saying I would do it.
The two of them hooking up,
just
been like, you had this coming. And then Tony's like, all right, we're all even.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I guess we can go on living now.
That's a disaster.
Like it never happened.
Now, he does make a considerable amount of money. And the amount of, if this is normal people, this is me and you, this is the Jerry Springer nonsense that happens. But the idea that, he's made a lot of money in his life, he's worth millions upon millions of dollars, sometimes people just turn a cold shoulder to that. They just let things happen. That's the old Gerard Carmichael bit about you get to cheat on your wife with ever X amount of millions you end up making. Gives you X amount of cheating per year as the idea. If he's worth as much as he's worth, maybe the wife doesn't care as much.
I just believe in love too much. Jeez.
I mean, I do too, but this is how the world works, Nick.
This being said, obviously we spent a fair amount of today talking about the Rutenberg hire and the kind of reaction. And again, I think I guess I skew slightly positive, but I think it's more like, all right, let's kind of see how it goes. And I usually don't see how it goes, but I can see the upside. I see why they did it. In lieu of Jim Schwartz cooling down and acting like an adult. And I can see why people look at this and go, oh, we're not going to have any experience on this staff? Totally fair. But to me, it's interesting that there was this Tom Telesco sound. If we remember, Tom Telesco, former Chargers and Raiders GM, he was on the hiring staff, the search crew here for the Cleveland Browns head coaching job. Well, he was asked about the Todd Monken hire in Cleveland, and had some interesting thoughts.
I like the fit here with Todd Monken with Cleveland. Ooh. He's a tough, no-nonsense head coach, and he fits Cleveland. Cleveland's a tough, no-nonsense town. And look, I went to college there. I have a lot of friends in Cleveland. I kind of know what they're looking for and the way that city is. He has a demanding style that's heavy in the details. I think that's going to be great with the young football team, combined with his leadership traits. So you take all those qualities, you add in his offensive background, the fact that you don't even really associate Todd with one offensive scheme. He's always taken the players that he has. He's seen their strengths and he's played to them, whether it's at Southern Miss, whether it was at Georgia, or whether it was at the Ravens. So I think it's just an exciting time. I think, the Browns, they had a great draft last year. They have a good amount of picks this coming year. There's some cap space there. So Todd's walking into a situation where there are some resources. Obviously, there's a lot of work to do on the offensive side of the ball. But I just think his attitude, his mentality, and his style of coaching is going to fit really well, not only in the city of Cleveland, but with the players they have on their roster right now.
One brutal mispronunciation.
Yeah, I don't know how you messed that up as bad as he did.
That almost feels like when NBA players pat each other on the head, where that scene is like you're trying to like little brother them, and it turns into a fight. That's kind of what that feels like. Of like, well, I'm going to say a lot of flowery words after this, but let me really butcher this very simple name right out the gate.
I was just thinking about the Jokic brothers using your forehead as an ashtray as they try to bully you around.
There's enough money in there, Who knows? Here's the thing.
Just dumping their ashes on your head.
It's interesting that one of the things we talked about in the whole process was that Kevin Stefanski didn't really fit the city of Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't.
Yeah.
He speaks in cliches.
By the way, I don't know any city that would be like he does fit us, except for like San Francisco, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I actually think he fits Atlanta from the standpoint of
Atlanta fans don't think that.
It's not a die-hard football town. But it's interesting because we called this out. Like, you need, Andrew Berry's going to be Mr. Wall Street as well. You need someone that can speak to the fans, and who better than the head coach? So I think it's really interesting that the guy that spoke on, who was part of the search committee, pointed out the city of Cleveland, the fit with the fans. I don't think that's by accident.
Yeah, but I think that's awful, though. Like, I don't love that being the driving force, because you don't have to marry a coach in a city, and they don't have to have the same identity. People love Stefanski, even though he didn't seem like he was, through and through Cleveland by any stretch of the measure. A lot of people that got on board, because you get on board with winning. Doesn't necessarily matter if you got the same mentality or not.
Yeah, but this is a credit I will give to the Cleveland Browns. Almost to their detriment, they do listen to fans. They don't do it unilaterally, and you never quite know which one that's being influenced by the fan and the mentality out there, and which one is just dictated by whatever's driving them at that moment. I don't know it's the number one reason you should hire a coach, but I do think it's an added benefit in a town like Cleveland.
And that's it. I think it's like a bonus. I think you look at it like, all right, that's cool that he gets he's got the straight shooter mentality. It seems like he's got a hard work ethic, everything that this city loves. But it doesn't have to be the end-all, be-all, especially not in order to make it work. That's not. I just don't buy into that logic.
No, but I buy that this might be part of the reason. I do think the Browns heard loud and clear that there's too much Wall Street gobbledygook, Ivy League crap, verticals and stuff like that coming out of Berea, and I don't think it was. If you look at Jim Schwartz, that is a very plain-spoken man. If you look at even Jesse Minter, who I think is a very bright guy, but has more of a blue-collar, verbal kind of presentation. I'm not familiar enough with Udinski or Shieldhouse to know which way they go, but I do think it's interesting that at least half their cases, half their final, the succulent six, as it were all guys that I think you get in front of the Cleveland fan, and they go, this is for me.
But you can guess where Udinski and Shieldhouse go. At least with Udinski, it didn't really seem like he was anything close to what Monken is. Udinski definitely seemed more like Stefanski than anyone.
Yes. I don't know about Shieldhouse. I haven't watched enough of his stuff to know, but like I just wouldn't. I guess the weird thing is I wouldn't put it past the Browns to the vibes with Cleveland being a significant part of the Monken hire, and maybe Jimmy's desire to hire Jim Schwartz, which was widely reported for a hot minute. And I don't think I'm going to knock him for it.
I mean, I just think
like
you
on
can
the
get away.
pantheon of things, like it shouldn't be the reason you hire him, but if you realize that as a value. Yes, this organization needs a conduit to the fans until they can start winning.
Because I'm trying to think of somebody that like there's so many obvious connections for coaches that seem like their city. Like Andy Reid seems like Kansas City in the best way imaginable. But like I'm trying to think of coaches that just do not align that have had success in the city that they're at. And like I'm thinking like Jim Harbaugh is such a unique person in and of itself, but because he loves football so much, is he just adaptable to every city? Like he doesn't scream LA to me in any sort of way.
No, but he does. There's a bit of Cali to him because he's just such a
like Sean McVay screams Cali.
Renaissance man.
Yeah, Sean McVay screams Cali though. You know what I mean? Like some just kind of seem a little bit more obvious than others, and some kind of are molded into that and into what their city is, and it
like
just
Mike
makes
McDaniel
sense.
was almost too South Beach.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when he got there, he didn't seem like he was Narcos, but by the end of it, he was dressing like a drug lord. He seemed like he had everything figured out.
Some of the things we've heard about Mike McDaniel, oof.
Well, that's the other part of this too.
That could have been my head coach.
Is that like they sometimes sometimes evolve into whatever their city is as well. Like, I don't think Sean McVay was as LA as Sean McVay is now. He kind of morphed into that. He started dating
Gruden.
Well, he started dating the Instagram model that then became his wife, and like doing all that with the poshness and going to the fine restaurants and stuff. I don't think he was doing that in Washington, but maybe he was, and I'm just not privy to it.
I'm not sure IG models were that hot when he was that popular rather when he was in Washington. That feels like a very much of the last 8 years.
It does, but like even within that concept though, like if you want to replace IG models for supermodels, let's say, if it wasn't an IG model, it was going to be somebody that was like that. And so like does the head coach morph into the city that they are? Because Stefanski never really morphed into anything that was close to Cleveland.
Kept going farther and farther away.
He just kept moving away. Exactly.
So this is one of those things where if you're not going to win early, it makes sense to have somebody that fits what you want as a more relatable figure during the losing. But that really only lasts a year or two.
Yeah, I mean,
like you got to win at some point. Again, Dan Campbell was pretty. People were fed up with Dan Campbell at the end of year 2.
Yeah.
And then year 3 happened, and all of a sudden, Dan Campbell's the talk.
Yeah, he started 4-19. You can make an argument Freddie Kitchens was probably the most Cleveland as Cleveland gets as far as head coaches.
Put some respect on our town, okay?
What do you mean?
Like, we're raising our families here.
He was going out to bars just as much as anybody.
Yes, but listen.
It was a good time.
If you want to say Todd Monken is Cleveland, I'll get you. If you want to say Greg Williams, very Cleveland.
Greg Williams, very Cleveland.
Hard workers, because that's
you don't have to match. But you don't have to match it in order to.
Cleveland is a very hardworking town.
You don't have to match it in order to go ahead and have success. Part of the reason why I think Freddie Kitchens got the job is because he seemed very relatable to the common person in this city.
216-474-0092.
You hate how right I am on that.
No, you're not. He's lazy. Cleveland is not lazy. I take umbrage. Did the Browns hire Todd Monken because he fits Cleveland? And does it feel right because he fits Cleveland? And is Freddie Kitchens the best approximation of Cleveland? And we do have an update on my sister's 70-year-old lover in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Anthony Lima, and I'm very excited to tell you about this brand new treatment to restore your hair called Exosomes right here in Northeast Ohio at Vanscoy Hair Clinics. You've heard me talk about Vanscoy and how they've restored my hair and the great care they took of me. Well, do what I did. Restore your hair at vanscoyhair.com. Call 216-370-7980. Vanscoy, the only ones that have exosomes in the area to restore thinning hair and dormant hair follicles. That's hair that isn't growing. Exosomes is different from other hair treatments. It's a plant-based treatment, patented process that delivers more growth, takes only 30 minutes, and is pain-free. Leave it to Vanscoy Hair Clinics to have the latest treatments to restore your hair. For men and women, find out if Exosomes is right for you. Call 216-370-7980. That's 216-370-7980. Or go to VanscoyHair.com. Exosomes can restore your hair. Call now.
Hey friends, Ken Carmen here for Window Nation. That heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Well, why is that? Well, you might be surprised to learn it's because the
First Take. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Well, I'm going to go out there and go on a limb and say I don't think we're getting Albert Breer today. Maybe another day. This is Albert vacation time.
Yeah.
And
we heard he was skiing. Actually skiing.
Yeah, not like those Olympic skiers who are like, oh, there's too much snow at the Winter Olympics. I just can't. What's your job?
Yeah, in case the quarter zips weren't telling enough with Albert Breer, he's doing very well in life.
He is.
Vacation and go skiing.
You think Vermont?
Yeah,
It feels like a place you would go to go skiing if you live in the Boston area.
I feel like he's an Aspen guy.
You think he flies halfway across the country?
I just feel like everyone goes to Aspen when they're skiers, when they're like the Albert Breer type of skiers.
I don't know what that inference means.
That means rich.
Oh, okay. Which is most skiers, I would say.
It's a heavy dose of them, yeah.
Are you aware of the poor skiers? Am I just...
No, that's why I made the inference. That's why a lot of them end up in Aspen. Or Vail. Vail's also popular, too.
Now, I put the tease this way for a reason, which is I have an update on my sister's 70-year-old lover. Because this story engendered a lot of interest, a lot of intrigue. Friends I hadn't heard from years reached out to me about my sister taking on a 70-year-old lover very shortly after her divorce.
Interesting how you put that, taking on.
Yeah, well, somebody took on somebody. But he also happens to be my ex-brother-in-law's uncle. That's an important detail to remember if you guys haven't heard that yet.
Mm-hmm.
And they got together shortly after the divorce, and then she brought him to Thanksgiving. Was that Thanksgiving or Christmas? It was Christmas.
Yeah, we're at Tony Clark levels of family intertwining with family type thing going on here.
But no one's getting fired for this.
It seems like nobody got
That's
excommunicated
true.
from the family either.
Yeah, it seems like we're all just kind of moving along.
I want to have so many guesses on so many parts of the story, but I genuinely don't know where you're going with this, so I don't want to accidentally guess right.
Which I'm glad. And so again, my sister brought him to Christmas. It caused a kerfuffle with my 93-year-old Hungarian grandmother. A lot of shenanigans ensued. And I would like to point out that this story has been so widely beloved that my mom's family, who could not be less interested in me being in sports talk radio.
Yeah.
They just got, my cousin Johnny listens a little bit, but these
shout out Johnny.
Like
You're always my favorite, Johnny.
This side of the family does not care about sports in any way other than like maybe my cousin Johnny and my older brother. So, and my brother David does listen occasionally, but they're just not impressed. But they loved that segment we did.
Okay, good.
Thought it was literally everyone in the family apparently listened to it. So this is me saying
the Odyssey Rewind function was working overtime.
I'm gonna draw this one out so we can get them back listening to the show.
Yeah,
because it'd be nice to be recognized for my success from my own family. Now, this being said,
in case you need to spell it out, he did this on the segment that they're going to listen to. So could you step up your game, Nick's family,
and because it's never stopped being funny to me, not in like a dismissive way, but everyone's reaction to it to me is what's funny. Because I've gotten to a point where I will support my sister in whatever she does. I really will. And although this is not a move that I would make, if she's happy at this point in my life, that's enough for me. I'm going to make jokes about it because I'm an a-hole. And she knows that because she's an a-hole. So we kind of come from a-hole-ish stock. So I say that to say, I was informed over the weekend. I have not been directly informed. But I know that Vanessa's been informed. And I know that my mom has been informed.
Yeah.
That my sister and her 70-year-old lover are, in fact, engaged. Look at that.
No way. It was
now.
divorced.
Whoa,
not divorced. It was separated or engaged. I can't believe you pulled engaged out of your pocket.
I didn't pull it anywhere. I believe.
How? They've been together for like 3 months.
Love is love.
No, love is not love. This is ridiculous.
Why?
I'm so mad at your sister right now.
Why are you so mad?
I'm so mad at her.
Why don't you love love?
I don't love this love, okay? I don't love this love.
He's not got,
yeah,
time is not on his side. So there's a sense of urgency there that might not
Didn't
be
he
for
call
some.
your mom?
He did, yeah.
One of the most ridiculous displays of what's going on. The 70-year-old in a wheelchair was telling a person younger than him, "Hello, Mom. How's it going?"
All right. In fairness, it was the only part between that and him and my sister giving each other little smooches about 3 feet away from my right ear.
Oh, this was an awful rebound situation for your sister. It's even worse as now an engagement. Oh, my! I want to be invited to the wedding. I want to go to the wedding.
Well, if she hears this,
how do
you're
I get
not.
in? How do I get in on this wedding? I want
Who
in.
proposed?
Well, what do you mean who proposed?
on.
You think the sister
Could
proposed?
he get down on one knee?
Well, that's a beautiful thing about a
I
wheelchair.
think
You're
there's
already
a
down
metaphor.
there.
Yeah.
You're already down there.
Yeah. I think it was. I think at that point you got to trick them. Oh, I think I dropped something here, and then they're down at your level, and you just ring.
How did the proposal go? Do you have any inside information?
No, but I actually think I didn't get the information because she correctly surmised that I would be talking about it on air. And
what does your former brother-in-law think? That's who I really want to have a beer with and talk to.
I'm just going to go out on a limb here.
Let's have him on the show.
I'm a limb guy.
Can we get him on the show?
All right. I'm going to say he's not thrilled with it.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Let's get him on the show. I want to hear him. I want to hear his side of it.
Listen.
What's his thoughts? How long were they married?
Oh, my gosh. Since my sophomore year of college.
Yeah, not a long time or anything.
Yeah. Just about
3 months later to be
almost 20 years.
To be engaged to his uncle is insanity. Your sister's just being mean about this is all. I just got to call it how I see it. She's just being mean now. There's no way she loves this 70-year-old guy.
Okay.
There's no way.
I do think she loves him. And I do think maybe daddy issues also plays into that.
Pisses off her former ex-husband is what she loves.
I don't think that's a downside. It's like the Todd Monken thing.
Yeah, if the common ground is I just like how much this makes my former husband mad, then I guess it's common ground.
I think this is like did the Browns hire Todd Monken because he fits Cleveland? It's not the number one reason, but is it a offshoot that definitely helps the situation? Yes, I do think so. Also, was it Mac that said who was engaged to who? Who popped the question?
Who popped the question? Yeah.
I just want to point back on this Supreme Leader. That's a dumb question. I feel like you're
talking about the guy that's in the wheelchair. I want to know if he got down on one knee.
It's also kind of like a backwards.
I think that's ableist, but I don't know.
It's a backwards relationship as is. So maybe he was just wondering if
there's a lot of problematic things in this entire engagement.
I think you guys got to learn to love. That's what I think. I think there's a reason Mac's single as long as he is. And if you just gave a little wiggle room there, found yourself a nice little 70-year-old who happened to be maybe a grandmammy or maybe somebody's maybe an ex's.
I guess you got to
great
just look within the family pool of people you've dated previously. Maybe start there.
Yeah, I mean, because again, if you had the same gumption my sister did, you'd be a respectable man by now, and maybe someone sugar smack. You know what I'm saying?
Someone sugar smack.
Come on now. I'll be honest with you. I married for love, and I don't regret it 1 second. But the next one, I'm marrying an old woman for her money, and maybe just for the thankfulness. You know?
Yeah, but if they got engaged this quick, I mean, for the wedding's probably going to happen in like 2 weeks.
Probably.
They're probably going to really speed this up. I'm thinking like a very nice BYOB living room situation wedding.
So I'll say this. I don't think I'm getting a proper wedding.
No, you're definitely not.
Yeah, but that is what I want out of this.
You might actually be asked to officiate this wedding.
No, not a shot in hell.
Why not?
No. Because that's not. No.
What do you mean? No. You don't want to?
I don't want to.
Okay. It's a big commitment. You don't have to.
Yeah, I think it's more.
Although it's not like you're like, oh, geez, I'm really gonna have a worry about this one lasting type thing. I mean, this thing's not lasting. I mean, anybody with a pulse knows this thing isn't lasting. What are you giving me that look for?
I think you're being a little bit of a judgmental.
This thing's not lasting
Jonathan.
at all. It happened too quickly. You can't be with somebody for as many years as they were together, and then within 3 months get engaged, and all of a sudden think that's going to work out.
I think this happens all the time in America. Second marriage. Every one of the Beatles' second marriages, except Paul's, worked out. And it's Paul. I mean, come on. We're kind of a pain in the ass.
No, that's right. We should compare this to the Beatles.
But Ringo?
Yeah, that's exactly how we should do this.
Married a younger woman.
I don't think it's going to work out, guys. I've been going
John Lennon?
And go on a limb and say
married a communist.
Say your sister's headed for divorce number 2 pretty quick.
I disagree.
What number is this? What number is this for this guy?
Oh, I don't even know.
I mean,
I bet you
he's
it's
got to
at
be
least 2.
If he goes this quick, he's got to be at least 2. This might be like 4, 5, 6.
Could be.
I don't even know. Now I need to find that out.
I think you're looking for
we get
predictors
him?
of success in a second marriage. I don't think you're going to find it.
No, I'm not looking for predictors of success. I'm doing the exact opposite. I'm very clearly highlighting the idea that it's going to fail.
I think it's all about attitude.
You put the combo all in one pot.
I think you're underestimating
the massive age difference.
The power of
how
daddy
soon
issues.
they got. Well, that is the one thing hanging on.
I mean that sustains. For people with daddy issues, that sustains.
Man, this is a tough one. Tough development.
Not for me.
I was kind of hoping that they would just break up and it would just be what it is.
My sister's a bad B. A little crazy.
Yeah.
She's a lot.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, if someone's going to win the eventual divorce, it's going to be her. So
these family group chats must be on fire.
Oh, we're all. The funny thing is, I continue to go. I see the humor, and she would too. If this was anybody else in the family, she would also see the humor in it.
Yeah.
It's herself, so obviously there's probably going to be some sensitivity to it. But I do think that overall, she got it. It's fine.
Does he look like an old 70 or does he look like a young? He does. Okay, like just nose hair coming out of everywhere.
And he's kind of a shorter guy.
Like the
I wouldn't
hair
call
out of the
him
nose,
pudgy
hair out of
because
the
he
ears.
actually takes a little bit better care of himself than my brother-in-law did.
That's good.
But yeah, old iron worker, right? Come on now.
Okay, it's a little tough then, probably.
I don't know. I'd go that far.
I mean, at one point in life, maybe.
Yeah. 216-474-0092. Are you rooting for love with my sister and her 70-year-old lover?
I'm not, by the way.
That's tough.
Rooting against love.
Because I'll be honest, if your sister was going to marry a 70-year-old lover,
you could root against that.
No, I'd root for her.
You could root against that.
I'm pro-love.
You could definitely root against that if you wanted to.
All right, love comes in all shapes
I think,
and
but
sizes.
It comes with the idea that it's so quick after the divorce and everything like that, and so quick after the with the guy's nephew. It's just it's a lot.
Keith sent wedding treat bags of Werther's Original and Salon Paws, the relief patch.
Yeah, you can collect some. We have Werther's Original in the hallway every day now.
All right.
Stock up on the butterscotch.
I go big or I go home. What if I show up and the wedding gift is just some adult diapers? Not for now. For the future.
Hey, we're just joking.
Like
we're
3 years.
Just joking.
Like 3 years from now.
They're going to get married in like 3 weeks.
They are.
This is going to be awesome.
But I think what's going to save us is I bet you it's a courthouse
Can we
marriage.
do a remote from the wedding? Is that on the table?
We can.
You thought I got after mascots. Wait till you see me in person with this couple.
You don't love her!
This is horrible. You're just being mean now, the two of you.
It's just him, Chris. I love you. Keep doing what you're doing, kid.
Meanwhile, I go to the 70-year-old and fist bump him. Like, hey, it's not all your fault, man. Like, you're doing all right.
You go up to him and go, you dirty dog, you. Come here and get some. Send this dog back to the pound.
Now let's go talk to mom.
Yeah, Jonathan exclusively shames my divorced mother of 2 sister, all the while being like, this guy's going to be a real hound. You know what I'm talking about? ESPN came up with a fake trade for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This
all the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
It does slip out occasionally.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. In case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes there. One of these days she's going to hear one of these segments. Jonathan could have picked the wrong day to say the wrong thing about my sister. You're not ready. You can't handle that smoke.
What do you mean I can't handle that smoke?
I've had 40 years.
I got a block button and I don't answer to anything on Facebook.
She'll find you.
Ow.
The internet.
The only way she gets to me is if you directly tell me everything that she says, which is on the table. That's fine. I feel pretty comfortable in my responses back.
My sister does have long playability, which could lead to like wait 4 weeks and then, hey, I've never seen the station.
If we're playing long
down?
playability, then they're going to be divorced by the time she gets to execute anything, and then she'll be like, whoa, Jonathan was right.
At 70, don't you just say, let's just let it play out.
Well, have you gotten any reaction on your phone from any of your family members?
No, but actually, it's not true. I did have somebody saying, I'm going to send this to everyone again.
Yeah, there we go.
And I was like, you know what?
Let's see what the group chat thinks at the end of the day. I want to see if I made some supporters over there in that group chat.
It's a really good point. I do need to, because again, their discomfort is what amuses me most of all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Although it could kill my 93-year-old grandmother. We have to put that on the table. This could really upset her in a way that she should not be upset at this stage of life with the health issues she's had.
Not because we
that
talked
wouldn't be
about
funny.
it. Not because we talked about it, because it's happening, though.
No, yeah, because it's happening. Like, if she's listening right now...
I want to send her some drunken raisins.
It's like not a GoFundMe. It's like a crowdsource kind of thing.
No, it's just me being like, hey, you're going to take this one a little bit hard, maybe. So I'll just send you some alcoholic raisins ahead of time. I mean, we can both get plastered on just vodka-soaked raisins.
It's not going to say no. I do. I know her enough.
Let's have ourselves a good time.
Now, ESPN came up with some fake trades for this offseason, and honestly, the Browns had the worst one. And the worst one because it was just so inconsequential.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to get, and it was by Bill Barnwell, for those of you who haven't seen it yet. I think there are so many more interesting trades to talk about, but it should be noted they have the Browns sending a 5th-round pick to Jacksonville for a 7th-round pick, so a pick swap in Walker Little, the previous left tackle of Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I tend to agree. Like, he strikes me as an average left tackle. And I would imagine this would come with a restructuring or maybe a reduced contract for him because he's not underpaid. I mean, okay. One of the things I will say about him is I think he gives you basically 4 offensive lineman flexibility as a guy who can play either guard spot or either tackle spot.
Okay.
But I wouldn't look at this and go, that's a winner.
Yeah, we got everything figured out. Next Gen Stats is he allowed 7.5 sacks and 57 pressures in 12 games before suffering the concussion, where he then, lost his job, and then obviously Cole Van Lanen took over, and that just was what it was.
Oh, no, he wasn't good last year. It should be noted.
Not at all.
There's a reason. But if you look at the tape, 2 years ago when he first got this extension from the previous GM, there is some good football there. Like, it's one of those moves where it's like, to me, it's another warm body in the offensive line room. He can start. If he ends up starting, there's going to be a ceiling to your offensive line. There's very likely to be a ceiling from your offensive line, but you got to find these guys the way you can.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like the type of move that you make when it's like we have to do something because we can't run back what we had previously, and so we're just going to go ahead and take a stab out of here.
I mean, you and I talked about the Daniel Jeremiah 2-tackle first round.
Yeah.
And I think where I kind of fit with Walker Little probably would end up being the ultimate swing tackle, where maybe you go wide receiver early or different player early. At 24, you take the kid out of Georgia or the kid out of Utah. And then if they're not ready to start, then Walker starts day one at left tackle. And if they are, well, then you really have some DeJuan Jones insurance. I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the DeJuan insurance is what's the most important part of this. But you're not banking anything with him. And for a 5th-round pick, it's really not the end of the world. I think he does come with some There is some money attached to him, correct?
Yes, you would. That's why I think you would have to reduce the contract or at least move it around in a way.
Okay,
that's a little bit more palatable. I think his. I know his 3-year extension that he got.
Yeah, I thought it was worth like $11 million or something like that.
It was because I think he's got 2 years after this one. He's got this one and I think one more after that.
Oh, okay.
Now, this being said, some of the other trades that Bill Barnwell came up with. The Jets get their QB1, Kyler Murray, and a 2026 6th-rounder, and the Cardinals get a 2026 4th-rounder. If you just ask me about my opinions of Kyler Murray in general, they're almost as low as the top of his head because he's a short king. But if you put it in the context of the Jets, who have not had even halfway competent quarterback play, do I think next year, as long as he's healthy, Kyler would be the best thing they've had since, I don't know. Like, I can't think of maybe year 2 of Sam Darnold, who was respectable.
As little as I think, I'm not doing that for a pun, but like as little as I think of Kyler Murray, he probably is the best quarterback we can talk about for moving to a new team that has actually played a significant amount of snaps in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's better than Tua. That's not even a debate. And there's a part of me that, the money's never going to make sense right here for the Browns in this, but like with what Monken wants to do in having a quarterback that isn't a statue, like one thing Monken has preached is having these athletic, mobile quarterbacks that move around. That is Kyler Murray.
And I think it's funny, I think Kyler and Tua have some value to you as a bridge quarterback. I do. And there's a couple other guys out there that I think, okay, I can kind of see what you're going for. The problem is teams always get lulled into a false sense of security with these kind of guys. And it's like my perception of the Harden thing when we first talked about it. It's like it'll go bad. It's just how long until it goes bad and what you accomplish before it goes bad. That's how I look here. Like Kyler Murray in a 1 or 2 year vacuum. Do I think that they can stabilize the Jets and get the culture that Aaron Glenn wants built? Yeah, I'd give this a chance. But the problem is you're always, unless you add a quarterback in the draft the next 2 years, you're still kind of just chasing the wrong end of this thing.
Yeah, you're still searching for your answer. And the Jets got a lot of problems anyway. They went all last year without an interception, which I still think is a remarkable thing.
Now, another big trade, the Raiders and Bears. DJ Moore and a first-round pick to the Raiders for Max Crosby and a 5th-round pick next year.
Did you see Crosby on Caleb Williams or Caleb Williams on Crosby's podcast today?
No.
Yeah, there was. They couldn't have kissed up to each other more if they tried. I mean, it was. You were talking about a love fest. That was I think you're awesome, but no, I think you're awesome. But wait, I can't believe how awesome you are.
But you're more awesome.
That's basically what it was.
I think at this price, if this is going to cost you a good, not great receiver. In DJ Moore, who I think is at best a two wide receiver, no matter what the stats say, and a first rounder, I think every team in the NFL, I think the Lions should be on him. The Rams should be furious if this is the price that gets Max Crosby, because I think you should be willing to give up 2 firsts for Max, even if I still look at this and go, I don't think he's Micah or certainly Miles.
I mean, this would be a home run if you're the Bears, though. Like, they need help on that defensive line. Like, it would be Crosby's basically perfect for what they need, and they could afford to lose DJ Moore offensively. Between Loveland emerging as one of the better tight ends last year, one of the best rookie tight ends, and then you have obviously Odunze, who you'd expect a little bit more out of in the following seasons, and like Luther Burden, like they have so many guys all across the board.
Now, this one's interesting because if this is the price, I would be interested in the Browns being in on this.
Okay.
The Panthers getting Michael Pittman Jr., who's in the last year of a contract making $22 million. You'd have to adjust that. And a 7th-round pick in Xavier Leggett and a 2026 5th-round pick. Unless you're going to use this money to re-sign Alec Pierce, I don't know why on earth you would give up Michael Pittman Jr., who I think is an underrated player at this point in his career.
Yeah, and the Pierce thing seems weird because he seems like he's almost as good as gone.
Yeah, he's going to get $20 million a year.
I don't know what they're doing, and then they're just going to pay Daniel Jones and just kind of think that that's all going to work out. I'm very confused by their process.
You kind of can't not do the unless you want to do this Mac Jones thing we're talking about. I mean, you're the Colts. You backed yourself into a corner by trading 2 firsts for Sauce Gardner.
Yeah,
and it's not like you're going to turn around, put him on the market, and get 2 firsts. Like, I don't think Sauce, after how it was 7 games in Indy, I don't think he still has the same value because that value, I think, was predicated on the moment.
Yeah, I don't know what you do if you're Indy. And it's weird because they felt like they were in such a good spot. Like if you week 7 of last year, it was like, wow, they're turning this thing around. This is all great. And then we just watched it crash.
You and I called that coming a mile away.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of really smart football people who just acted like it wasn't a disaster. And that goes back into the NFL groupthink. All right, the final one we can talk about this segment. The Vikings get Mac Jones in a 3rd-round pick next year. Meanwhile, the Vikings get a 2nd-rounder this year, a conditional 5th-rounder next year, and a 2028 conditional 3rd-round pick. I do not understand. Like, to me, the value, in the same way that the value with Malik Willis is just not what I think his value should be, and it's I know what it's driven by, but I don't like what it's driven by, which is not talent or experience or results. It's by hysteria. I think Mac Jones is a nice quarterback, and I do think him versus J.J. McCarthy is interesting. I don't know why you would give up this much draft collateral for a guy who might not be there in a year if this doesn't work out.
I'll give you credit. You've been consistent on it because I've been telling you a 2nd-round pick for a while, and you're like, there's no way. Can't happen. Can't do it. And it's like, it's interesting until it actually happens, though. Because, like, Barnwell's just guessing. He doesn't know better than anybody. But, like, until it actually happens, I think the sticker shock on a 2nd-round pick for Mac Jones will be a lot for people.
So here's the other thing. I think there's a slight Green Bay added value of look at who the coach is, look at the system, look at the organization, how it's seen. That Malik Willis gets a kiss from that. But then beyond, if he had done the same exact thing he had done in Miami the last 2 years, I think Mac Jones is getting a kiss from the Shanahan thing, where it's almost like if you if you started for Shanahan, there's like a 25% surcharge, and that kind of stuff just. I'm always kind of alarmed at how the NFL just doesn't see right through that.
I don't think Shanahan's ever had a good quarterback in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And he's made multiple NFC title game appearances with multiple different quarterbacks, multiple Super Bowls with multiple quarterbacks. It's incredible.
I would be surprised if Mac Jones is back next year in San Francisco.
Little Brock Purdy slander for you on a Tuesday.
But I would not pay more than a 4th-rounder for him. And I'm comfortable not getting him.
Yeah, but if you're the Vikings, though, like if you really think J.J. McCarthy stinks as bad as KOC has spoken about him, at least in regards to Kwesi being fired, you got to do something.
Yeah,
you can't just sit on your hands and expect this all to work out.
But if you're giving up a 2nd and conditional 3rds and what was the other one, 5th-rounder going forward, then I think you need to trade J.J. McCarthy. You cannot have if Mac Jones,
sure.
Mac Jones has to be the guy the next 3 years.
For sure. You can't turn that into a competition then. That is you saying we're giving up on what the J.J. McCarthy thing is.
So can I tell you the only thing that drives me crazy?
Which is why I don't think it'll happen, because I don't think they're going to do that.
About everyone so far that I've seen that is out there turning, whether it's Mac Jones or Kyler Murray, these guys into the next Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold's different than being the next Baker Mayfield, even though they were drafted in the same realm. Sam Darnold had every physical trait you would want coming out of college. He did. He's big. He's athletic. He's not a runner, but he's athletic. He's got a great arm, can make so many different throws. The question in the NFL became between his ears.
Yeah.
Right? And just, can he divorce himself from the ghost of the past?
And I do think there's something between him and Geno Smith where it's like we might just look up at the end of the day and say it was the Jets' problem the entire time.
But
they just live in their own world because the Jets just ruined them.
But like when it comes to Mac Jones,
maybe Zach Wilson too.
He's good. He's physically good enough to be a starter in the NFL, and so is Kyler. But they don't profile as over the top guys, no matter where. Kyler being the 1st pick, and then Mac Jones being, I think, the 15th pick. I think that's what troubles me. Is not only you're paying maybe the Shanahan surtax or surcharge. It feels like you're paying the wishes, hopes, and dreams that this is going to be Sam Darnold. And I don't know. So many smart people in the NFL, it feels like you should see through that.
I don't think Belichick helped him out at all, by the way. I really don't. I mean, yeah, he made a Pro Bowl in New England, and we all think of Belichick as one of the greats of all time, as he is. But this was the end of the Patriots with him. And it's not like, he had Tom Brady for so many years. It's not like he showed over and over again that he knows what to do with quarterbacks.
Real quick. Matt on Twitter saying, is the wedding going to be at a Hooters? And did you ask him what his 5-year plan was? The old Big Daddy line, what's your 5-year plan? Not die?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not 90. He could be 71. He could be 72. I mean, you said he doesn't look 70.
He doesn't. You showed me a photo in between the break. I thought he actually looked
flip-flopping. Going full Daryl Ryder.
Not flip-flopping. I don't think it's going to last.
And by the way, he's actually.
But he might last. He's a bigger guy, though. But
He's
I don't know.
He actually is walking these days. Getting the physical therapy's working. She bought him at a low stock.
She bought him at the wheelchair stock?
Yeah, wheelchair.
I thought being 70 when she's not anywhere close to 70 was the low part of that.
You can't do anything about that. That's going to, But he
the
could
30-year age gap, I thought, was the buying at the low
you
stock.
get him back into more of a fit lifestyle, and all of a sudden he's got hope and he's got some joie de vivre, and all of a sudden he's a young 70-year-old.
Oh, man, for your poor sister, how do you bounce back if you get dumped by a 70-year-old in a 30-year age gap?
Why do you think she... No, buddy.
Well, you just said he's on the come up.
If anyone's doing the dumping, it'll be my sister.
I would think so, but you just said he's on the come up. Like maybe
he's not going to come up that far.
Well,
come on.
All of a sudden he's looking
he's
like
got a ceiling on his glow up.
He's
here.
looking like Lieutenant Dan with new legs, and all of a sudden it's a different story.
Legs. 216-474-0092. Of the fake trades we discussed, which ones interest you the most? Can I interest you in a little, Walker Little? Just a little. And the NBA All-Star Game format in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Catch the latest Browns news all offseason long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 15 minutes here, Nick and JP back with you. I really can't get over the Mac Jones thing.
What about it?
We've gone from a year ago, no one calling for him to be a starter anywhere.
Yeah.
And actually, that's not true because I said last offseason, if you remember, I actually would have signed him as opposed to, I don't know, trading for Kenny Pickett.
Oh, yeah, you were all in on Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Because I think you just like calling him McCorkle, though, for being honest.
No, I just think
I'm just messing with you.
I do love finding value where no one sees value when it comes to quarterbacks. That is a fun game to try and play.
Yes, but the problem with that game is that it usually only works if they go to, ex-head coach.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Like when the Browns tried to find value in Kenny Pickett this offseason and they got injured, but then he ended up in, the Raiders situation. It doesn't matter what Kenny Pickett was as far as a lost case or lost cause. He was never going to – the Raiders with Pete Carroll weren't going to turn that around.
Fair, but I think Kevin Stefanski could have had similar success with Mac Jones this year if he went instead of Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett. If they had spent that draft collateral in actual financial collateral on like a decent young offensive lineman or two, I think Mac Jones, just with Kevin Stefanski, could have theoretically worked at some point.
I mean, I just don't think it's an accident that we get the same like 4 or 5 guys that are the ones that always end up getting these reclamation projects as backups, and then they end up looking good.
I mean, Geno Smith found himself under Pete
Right,
Carroll.
but that was also then Geno Smith. Well, no, but that was really Dave Canales was the key driving force with all of that. And then he goes to Tampa Bay, and then obviously he helps out Baker Mayfield, and now he's in Carolina, and he's helping out Bryce Young. Like it feels like it's the same 4 or 5 names that I feel like can actually get something out of these guys.
So given that I have established what I think of Mac Jones, and I do think I think he could be a 3 to 5 year bridge quarterback, similar to what Baker Mayfield has been in Tampa Bay. I think you can win a lot of regular season football games, and we'll figure out the postseason after this. Man, I think if the 49ers get a second rounder for him, give John Lynch the GM of the Year award. Or give whoever gave that up for him, whatever the opposite of that award is. Because the only way you can sell me that you've done that is complete and utter desperation.
Well, yeah, might be desperation, but if you're the Vikings, you are operating from a point of desperation. You just fired your GM. You don't really believe in J.J. McCarthy in any sort of measurable way. You have a team that even though they won 9 games with some of the worst quarterback play you could possibly have, they won 14 the year prior to that. Like their time is now to win. Like they're going to think that they could do this with Mac Jones. I don't hate the move. Let's put it this way. I don't hate the move if you're the Vikings, even if it comes out desperate. I don't hate them trying because this J.J. McCarthy thing, isn't it?
Now, the other one that we didn't get to is the Steelers sending a third rounder this year and a third rounder next year that would be conditional to the Eagles for Tanner McKee. And chalk this up to
Tanner McKee,
quarterback inflation. I think he was a 6th or 7th round pick, 6, 7,
8, 9,
about 3 years ago. This is another Malik Willis for me. There's just
except Malik Willis actually played good in the games that he got in. That's the weird thing about Tanner McKee. He wasn't good when he got in.
Yeah, he just put up a lot of yardage, but he didn't play well.
He didn't play well. And what happened with him is he just kind of became like a practice field All-American, and everyone just kept talking about how great he was in practice and all these other type of things. He didn't actually do it in the games.
So this is where again, this goes back to maybe Bill Barnwell just doesn't understand trade value. This was the one that I looked at and said that qualifies as one of the more disingenuous.
Well, what's weird is that Barnwell
ideas.
writes about trades so often, and I tend to think he's got a pretty good idea on it. But this is him, at least my read on it, this is him talking to people around the NFL. Because the NFL is infatuated with Tanner McKee and what he can be, and I haven't seen it yet. I don't know, but I'm not there at practices. Or maybe the Eagles have just done a great job of trying to convince everybody that he's actually something when he really just isn't.
And that ultimate, very similar again to the Malik Willis thing, that's why it kind of kills me. All right, with that being said, I was trying to figure out why somebody said crap woke radio earlier today. I don't feel like we've been, have you woke? I'm not awoke.
I'm not woke. Maybe partially woke.
I don't think
I'm
I'm
a little tired right now to be woke. I don't know. You tell
I'm not
me.
getting the kind of sleep that I should to be woke.
I got miserable sleep all weekend long. All weekend long.
Yeah, got a 6-month-old. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, a 4-month-old and a 3-year. The 3-year-old's the real
4-month-old?
problem. Yeah, she's only like 4 more. Yeah, I think 4 at this point.
I thought it was
5, maybe
September.
5. I've lost track. I've lost track of my own kid.
September?
September. Yeah, September 22nd. What are we doing here? What kind of math are we doing?
5. We split the difference.
A
That's
little
what it
off
was.
5.
I just stopped. I stopped keeping track.
No, that's fine.
I'll meet the kid at 6 months, and then we'll be the 6-month kid, and then at a year we'll be the year, and then we'll go from there. So many people yelled at me throughout the process of Charlotte when I was like, "Yeah, she's 14 months now," because it's my only kid, and I got excited. I'm like, "Yeah, 14 months." No, you couldn't just say a year, and then I'd be like, she's 21 months," and they're like, "You just call it what it is." So I'm trying to do a little bit more proper, but it's the 3-year-old that's actually the problem these days.
Oh.
This kid wakes up at all hours of the night. The 5-month-old is actually a gem at this point.
That is a tough one.
It is.
But in all your not sleeping this weekend,
Yeah, so I'm not really that woke.
Did you get to take in the new NBA All-Star game format? How you feeling? Did they
All right.
change the
NBA? Yes, the NBA needed a win in a massive way, and so I'll tell you this off the jump of it. I was with my brother-in-law, who is one of the bigger, like the NBA is his favorite. Okay. He loves the NBA. He loves the NFL. He loves baseball, but he loves the NBA. So there was no way we weren't watching that as long as he's in the room, okay? But I wanted to watch it. I wanted to see how it looked. My problem I had with it, and I think overwhelmingly it was a positive, and I was engaged with it, and I thought everyone was playing hard, which is sad that that's like the barometer that we have to live with, but that kind of is with these All-Star games. The Team USA had kind of like in their two teams, one was like an old dynamic, one was a young dynamic. I thought that was fun as well. I was watching while also playing with my child for the most part, though. And so I thought it was incredibly hard to actually figure out how they were doing this whole thing. Well, I'm sure.
So is that a plus for them?
No, it's not a plus for them. Between scoring differential mattering whether or not you advanced or didn't advance, the amount of teams that were involved mixed with how they played each other, I thought was show me a graphic once in a while. They didn't do any of that. And I didn't have the audio on, obviously, because I'm with family. We're trying to eat dinner. We're trying to play with kids. We're trying to do everything. We just have it on in the background. Well, again, my brother-in-law pays a lot of attention to this stuff. He loves the NBA, and so he's going to be watching it very intently. But they weren't explaining anything properly. There was no graphics to tell me what was really going on. And for a brand new format, I thought that's where they missed. But I will say, overall, it was one of the most enjoyable NBA All-Star games I've seen in years because it felt like everyone gave a damn, which ultimately is what you want.
So it wasn't just because you weren't paying attention to it?
No, it was partially that. That was partially it. But I was also looking for the signs to tell me, okay, this is new. This is what's happening. And every time I was watching and waiting to see them explain that to me, they weren't doing that. And it was very frustrating to me.
So it's funny. I'll just be straight up here. I don't know. There were scenarios coming out of the weekend in which I did not take in a lot of the actual events that I could come out feeling like they've won, because I think once again, the player messaging and Adam Silver's messaging in this weekend, I thought was just unbearable. There's a level of smug to it. There's a level of you don't know ball because people rightfully suspect that they don't play hard in these games. And that I just like Kevin Durant's answer on the thing saying, well, you think Jokic and Luka are going to play hard? And it's just like, dude, the whataboutism from NBA players who just refuse to acknowledge their power within the league and how some of their different lazy attitudes or even just I don't want to say laziness, because I don't think it's laziness why these guys aren't playing, but their me at all cost attitude, how that hurts the NBA.
That's where the win came for me this weekend, was that it was Wemby being the one like, I'm playing hard. I don't care if you guys do or don't, but I'm setting the standard here. I'm going to bust my ass. And you saw Wemby. He was out there playing about as hard as you can. And then it's followed up by Ant, who actually won the MVP award, playing about as hard as you possibly could imagine, too. Like, the young guys got it. The old guys don't, but the young guys did.
I actually will say, I think the young guys, and I include Anthony Edwards in this, Wemby's of this, I think Evan Mobley's of this as well. I do think the young guys, and ironically, I think Donovan Mitchell fits better with the young guys than the older guys.
Yeah.
I think the younger guys get it, and I think that has. I'm glad you said that, because I see an absolute distinction of the LeBron era guys, the player empowerment guys who took it to such an irresponsible level that they started hurting the game that they claim to love, and who are making generational money off of. I will say that does give me a little bit of hope.
Yeah, I felt like Wemby. I thought Wemby was kind of playing cleanup for everyone for 15 years of bad All-Star games, and it was like his mission to almost remind everybody that's not how this is going down. And if I'm going to be the face of the league for the next 15 years, I'm going to make sure everyone does how I do it.
Why is there a generation difference? Because it is obvious.
I actually thought that added to the game. By the way, the idea that it was old versus young. And I think a format like that will really help them. I don't know why it's that way, but it was very obvious in watching this.
216-474-0092. Did you like the NBA All-Star Game format? Adam Silver also did nothing to disprove my point that the tanking conversation's a red herring, because he wanted to talk about that so much more and went into such better detail about tanking than they did about player effort in the All-Star game, a player effort during the regular season. Like his credit, the League of the Year thing, they had a lot of questions that were far-ranging. And if you look at the answers on tanking, man, did he go long-winded and give everyone something to get to. Yeah. Whereas all the other ones, it was like, well, we don't really think it's a problem. And basically it's because, hey, he knows he can't do a damn thing about it.
So I think he thought he was going to be attacked by it all weekend long. Like Bill Simmons and Nick Wright and their little combo thing that they had leading up to the All-Star game, that was just percolating throughout all the NBA convos, and I thought it was going to take over the All-Star weekend. And the fact that Adam Silver thought that too, I think, is very telling. It's weird. We don't think about guys like Bill Simmons having such a massive impact, even though NBA guys know he has a massive impact in all his thoughts and opinions and everything. But we don't think about it really just impacting what the weekend was going to turn into. And I think Adam Silver got scared. That's all it was going to be, is a continuation of that podcast. And then the NBA, I thought, did something right this weekend. I thought the format worked in many ways. I wish they would have explained it better, but it was much more enjoyable than what I thought it was going to be.
Real quick, we were talking about Ty Simpson and what an important week it is.
Yeah.
Dude from Sumer Sports, in fairness, have not heard of him, Mark Ellens, asked the question, is Ty Simpson the next Bo Nix? If you remember, Bo Nix played 73 years in college and has 5 grandchildren now. And a guy that I believe has 15 career starts at Alabama.
I'm trying to find the connection there. I don't know.
They're both pure passers.
Both 2 B-O-T-Y. The first name, like Bo Nix, and then T.Y. Ty Simpson, check a minute. Short as far as Wheel of Fortune is concerned. You know what I mean?
In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Not woke enough.
What's up, everybody? Nick Hustles here.
Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Back on Afternoon Drive, final segment of the show. Big thanks to our guests, Joe DeLeo, A to Z Sports NFL insider, one of our main draftniks here on Afternoon Drive. Great stuff with him on the Ty Simpson glow up, on how many tackles is too many tackle, who's a lefty, who's a righty, whatnot. That's at 3:20. At 4:40, John Fanta joined us of NBC Sports. Did a little bit more Browns than we thought today, but we did talk to him about would he be disappointed at this point if LeBron didn't come back for a third time, and was real kind of just wasn't sure how to talk about certain former dictators that had happened. A little too squeamish for me. Same with Mac. Just really, is it that he knows people call him the Kim Jong-un of sports talk?
I don't know.
Mac Robinson?
I don't know that that's set in, but he definitely has a lot more hair around the parts that made him look like Kim Jong-un. So he's done, you're rehabbing your image one day at a time.
You'll always be Kim Jong-un to me.
Yeah, that's the tough thing. Like, this will be 3 years from now, and he'll still be you're gonna be getting called that. I hate that for you, but also
people don't forget.
With
that being said, no thanks to Albert Breer. No, we'll catch up with Albert maybe later this week or next week.
He was skiing, it just happens, I guess.
A lot of people do that.
When's the last time you went skiing?
Oh, never.
No, never. No.
I'm not built for that.
Yeah.
Same thing with skating. No, when you're built like a Major League Baseball mascot, it's just the gravity balance. It's just not good. It's just not. It doesn't work. Let's get to quick. Oh, that's a different bit. In case we missed it.
All right, we're starting off with some of the talk about NBA All-Star Weekend, but in particular, what happened with Kevin Durant. Durant got accused of having his burner account with screenshots being leaked, and it's just him thrashing Jabari Smith. Şengün is in there as well. All these other things. He also goes after Kyrie at one point and has this whole thing about Devin Booker and all of this other stuff. And I don't know what to make of it because there's a part of me that feels bad if your burner gets leaked or your group chat messages end up getting leaked. But you also had to understand that this was a possibility. And if it did, in fact, happen the way that it seems like it has happened, this is going to be damaging for the Rockets.
All right. I don't view the group chat getting leaked as the same thing of a burner account.
Yeah, okay, because the group chat, there's supposed to be some decorum in a group chat. Is that the idea?
No. If a group chat gets leaked, you got bad friends. Like that should be that. This just shouldn't happen.
Oh, but isn't he I think he's DMing with friends within this Twitter conversation.
Yeah, but it's still social media. If you can't trust him to have a group chat with him, and you're going to do it on Twitter, then you're an idiot. And I just have no sympathy for Kevin. He is such a great player, and he really is. He'll go down as one of the 25 best players in NBA history.
Yeah.
And I might be shorting him 10 spots on that. He is great. He is all-time great. And some of the things said about him are overkills, and then he does stuff like this where it's like, I just cannot imagine being Kevin Durant with all the ways he is gifted in life. Financially, being a 7-footer that can play for 20 years.
Yeah, this is who he is, though.
And it makes him look like
he's always been this way.
It makes him look like a B.
He called Russ a triple-double cocaine bear.
Okay, that's funny.
It's pretty funny.
Now, that's funny.
It's pretty funny.
The Jabari stuff, Jabari Smith stuff was out of pocket.
I'm a big bear.
Don't let him get your paws on you. What was the other one that really struck me as that was unnecessary?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe some of the Kyrie stuff or something like that.
The Steph stuff wasn't great either.
No, that's the funny thing about this, though. And so I don't know. Like, if you're KD, what's your response? Do you tell these guys like, no, that wasn't me? Prove that it was me?
No, you wait for them to reach out. Okay, if you acted like a B in the beginning, keep acting like a B. And then you deny. You got to lie no matter what. I wouldn't go out of my way. I'd just be like, it's beneath me to reach out about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even the first time that his burner's been hacked or been leaked or anything like that. He did have this happen before. It's just, the man just does not care.
This man, we didn't find out anything about Kay Adams in him. Because Katie,
that ongoing relationship.
Katie has shot his shot at Kay Adams.
What is it you'd want to know about Kay Adams?
She a good hang, you know?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the question you would ask.
Does she know ball? These are the things I need to know.
I'm sure that's what he's saying in his group chat. Hey, guys, in case you didn't know, Kay Adams, ball knower.
Kay Adams, elegant woman. And we watched the tape together. That's all we did. Ohio State and Virginia squared off in men's college basketball this weekend. I started going dusty roads there, with the Cavaliers collecting the 4-point dub during the game. Fox's Gus Johnson explained the difference between the two programs.
The difference between UVA and Ohio State is that money UVA paid for. Ohio State, they're giving all the money to Ryan Day.
And that's the challenge you have with a lot of football schools.
Thoughts on Gus's analysis there?
It's a wild thing to say during a college basketball game, is it not? It's a wild thing for Gus Johnson, of all people, to say during a college basketball game.
It was kind of the messenger thing that I also picked up on. Gus Johnson, who's known more for his college football, and I'm going to say that's really where his bread is buttered and everything else just kind of goes along.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was doing college basketball games at this point. He probably has been doing them for a long time, but I don't watch much college basketball right now.
And he does this on Fox.
I did watch a KU game this weekend.
The home of the Big Ten. This just. Oh, by the way, and he never goes when he's talking Ohio State football. He's not like, I personally think they should give an extra $10 million to the basketball. So it was just he's kind of talking to the room that he's in. So it kind of came off as fake to me.
Well, the other part of this, though, is that I don't think he's wrong in his assessment of it.
No, but again, he's one of the guys.
He's not wrong. Like, UVA spends a lot on their basketball program, and then Ohio State spends a lot on their football program, and that's the difference in that game.
And he certainly, by the way, didn't say it in a negative voice. Like, he was kind of stating a matter of fact.
Maybe this is what I need out of our broadcasters, to be more open and honest about NIL money and everything with it. Like wouldn't it help a little bit if we had like an NIL tracker during some of these games?
But that's not Gus Johnson.
Like you bust over to a screen graphic and it's like UVA spent $17 million on their basketball program. Ohio State spent $3 million, and then it makes the line feel a little bit more justified.
But that's not Gus Johnson.
No, well, it's not the role of anybody at this point, but maybe it should become the role.
Hard pass.
Odd defense of Gus Johnson out of me, but I'm here for it.
Oh, I got one more. Phillies GM Dave Dombrowski went on the record saying Bryce Harper's 2025 was not elite, something Harper did not take too kindly to.
I don't get motivated by that kind of stuff. For me, it was kind of wild, the whole situation of that happening. I think the big thing for me was, when we first met with this organization, it was, hey, we're always going to keep things in-house, and we expect you to do the same thing. And so, when that didn't happen, it kind of took me for a run a little bit. It's kind of a wild situation, that even happening. Obviously, I didn't have the year that I wanted. Obviously, I didn't have the postseason I wanted. I don't need to be motivated to be great. For Dave to come out and say those things, it's kind of wild to me still.
All right, Harper was a 3-WAR player last year, 27 dingers, 75 RBI, and OPS plus of 129.
Yeah.
Was Dombrowski in the wrong?
Yeah. I think he's had a weird offseason in many respects, though. The Castellano stuff has been weird. Even the Schwarber stuff has been weird as well. Like Bryce Harper openly talking about how he thought Schwarber was going to Cincinnati. Everybody thought he was going to Cincinnati, but then he's going to be back. The Phillies have been weird. Dombrowski's weird. You shouldn't speak about this way in regards to Bryce Harper in the season he had.
That might be right. Bryce Harper's a big old B, too. I'm just going to call B when I see it. He said I was not elite, and that was your problem. You were a 3-WAR player. You weren't elite. And he's not trying to motivate you. He said something in the way that you would describe the clouds on a given day. Like, I just think, again, Bryce Harper's always been a sensitive one. And so I'm definitely coming from the point of he annoys me with what a baby he is. But he has had his ass pampered since being the number 1 pick. He has been a really good baseball player. He has not lived up to the hype as the number 1 pick, a generational prospect. He's on a Hall of Fame track. I'm not telling you he's not. But there were thoughts that he would be one of one, and he's just been a really good baseball player.
Yeah, I mean, at 15, he was hitting 500-foot home runs in Tropicana Field, and he was treated the same way that LeBron is.
Yeah.
And so I know he hasn't lived up to that. I think he's still a 2-time league MVP, though. He had one of the most important NLCS home runs the league has ever seen. And it's odd that now he's in as many years with the Phillies as he was in the Nationals, which is just crazy to think about. I don't know. He's done a lot for them. He's not had He's not had the career that people thought he would when people were putting him into the LeBron of baseball category. Still had a really nice career, though.
Yeah, but a lot of it's buoyed by 2 seasons. And again, I'm not trying. My point is to try and put him in the proper place. And I think I think he's talking like he's Mickey Mantle, and he's not.
No,
He's
no, he's definitely not. But really,
what?
he's really, no, I'm just
15
he's really
to
not.
20 of his WAR came in 2 seasons.
He's really not that far away from the Hall of Fame monitor, though. He's
he's
at
55.
93. He's at 93 right now, batting 93 right now. Likely Hall of Famers at 100. Like he's really not that far away. I'm surprised. I thought he'd be a little bit further away in this discussion.
I mean, you play 16 years right? That's 16 years in major leagues.
Who, him?
Yeah.
No, this is year 15. Yeah.
I got to say, a big
similar batters through age 32 is Barry Bonds, Andrew Jones, Carl Yastrzemski, Reggie Jackson. It's good company.
Okay. I'm kidding. Big thanks to Supreme Leader Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. No eye contact. Big thanks to Jake Murrin, man on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and producing. And if you happen to catch our videos, we like to be like those videos, and make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It's free after all, and we like free. And Katie Pollack was at 11 today. She was like, energy-wise, she was at peak Katie, but she walked a line when she was in the studio. That was good. Both her and Mac were very up there, and they both kind of simmered down a little bit. I was very appreciative of that.
Had a lovely day with everybody.
Exactly. This is a compliment, Mac. It sounds like an insult, but that's what most of the things I say sound like. Where's the fat man? Right here.
I don't know what did you want me to answer that, Mac? Is that what was going on there?
No, it's fine. We all know.
You just point over to me. He's there. What? I'm a big bear. I like that. Pause on you. I like that Mac thinks he's going to insult me by
drops.
with one of them being
it's
me being
recourse.
fat.
It's a big right.
Like, oh no, not the fat thing.
Not the thing you lean into.
Yeah. JP. Good stuff.
Well, we had fun today, and we'll do it again tomorrow.
All right, guys. See you tomorrow, 2 p.m.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care.